And so my kids collect their junior ranger badges everywhere they go.
My husband's 30.
Yeah. Yeah, and so it's stuff that-
Yeah.
The redwood is on there.
Yeah, so yeah, Redwood is in there. I ever took him, you were driving through.
Call the meeting to order. Meeting of Montana Board of Public Education. Today is Friday, September 12th, 2025. We're meeting at Dillon Elementary School. Let's please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chris, will you please call the roll?
Ron Flinger,
Here.
Julia Maxwell.
Here.
Hannah Neeskens. Here. Madeline Quinlan. Here. Renee Rasmussen. Lisa Schmidt. Here. Tim Tharp.
Here.
Lydia Comstock. Here. Commissioner Christian's office. Governor Gianforte's office.
Oh, Angela's on mute.
Oh, okay. And Superintendent Hudlin.
Here.
Montana Board of Public Education.
Check. Angela, can you hear us? We can't hear you. No, but you can hear us.
A little bit.
Never changed.
No, she has.
Okay. Maybe I heard. All right, let's.
Right. Board of Public Education encourages the public to participate in board discussion. Persons who wish to participate should sign the public comment sign-in sheet and identify themselves to the board chair or executive director prior to the board's consideration of the matter in which persons are concerned. Anyone wishing to participate in board discussions will be recognized by the chair in keeping with normal board parliamentary procedure. We discourage public comment on personnel matters and ask that you discuss these issues in private with the board chair. The Montana Board of Public Education is a professional development unit provider. Attending a Board of Public Ed meeting may qualify you to receive professional development units. Please complete the necessary information on the sign-in sheet if you are applying for professional development units. This time, we'd like to welcome any visitors who would like to introduce themselves, either in the room or online. Nobody wishes to be recognized? All right, well, I'm gonna recognize a couple people and ask them to come forward. Our two superintendents, Randy and Josh. I'd like to invite you gentlemen to come forward here.
He'll be in today.
Okay, Jim, buddy was back there. Okay, Josh, please come forward. I want to thank you for your hospitality and hosting us here. I know it's a real pleasure for the schools or for the board to get out into the school.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
He was.
Well, at this point, we will continue with our agenda. We are on to item number 8, which is on page 120 in your board packet. I'll hand things over to Dr. There's Randy. There's Randy. Oh, we're gonna back up. Randy, you got goodies for you. Please come forward. I gotta repeat that speech again. All the way up here. Ms. Phil and Josh and everyone, we really appreciate the hospitality as well shown us here in Dillon. It's a real pleasure for the board to be able to get out into the schools across the state and we'll show our appreciation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We really appreciate having you guys here. All right, item number 8 is under the Charter School Committee, Dr. Slinger.
Thank you, Chair Tharp. So, as Chair Tharp mentioned, we're on page 120 of the packet, and so we'll have an update of the Community Choice Schools Commission. Is Kathy online? Hi, Kathy. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Slinger. I have a report today from the Community Choice Schools Commission. This is Kathy Kinchelow, Director of Planning. I want to talk about some program and policy development updates, some public relation updates, fundraising, and our latest meetings. So I'll start with the program and policy development updates. The Commission right now is working on rethinking the new schools application timeline. There's some new research out and best practice in adding some components to bring more clarity around capacity of founding teams. So we're relooking at that policy. And we're also looking at adjusting the timeline, as originally it was the bulk of the application process was all planned for the summer months. And we know how difficult it is to get on folks' schedules during the summer. So we're kind of shifting that more into the winter and spring months. But essentially here, we're also looking at actually, what would this practically look like? So we're building out procedures for like the interview process, the interview questions, scenario questions, actual directions to applicants, and a summary template for the Board of Public Education and for the commission members. We are also in a RFP process with the state procurement for assessment consulting services. The community choice school law allows schools to choose which standardized assessments they want to administer. So we want to kind of get ahead of that and make some recommendations to schools. And that is the bulk of the work of this contract that we have out with procurement. So procurement is currently working on awarding that contract to some consultants. And the two big pieces of work in there is one, to recommend a list of assessments to the commission that then choice schools could choose to administer to the students. And then also for each of those assessments, defining appropriate proficiency levels. And that will be integrated into our performance framework for those schools and into their contracts to fairly judge a baseline for their proficiency and growth. Next, I want to update you on some public relations. This is the exciting part here is I've actually had conversations this week with 4 potential community choice school founders, which is very exciting. We're seeing a lot more interest coming out. Folks are reaching out to me with, basic kind of ideas and wanting more information about the community choice schools law. And so I had conversations with 2 potential new school founders this week, and then 2 who are well on their way in building out their models and their applications in hopes that they get to access the law. Next, I want to talk a little bit about our fundraising subcommittee. They have been very busy. We have resubmitted a grant request for another year for funding for the Director of Planning role. As you may remember, the Director of Planning role didn't begin until early March, so this year's grant work will be extended into 2026. And looking into 2026 for the next grant cycle, the Commission would like to build out a year 0 or startup year program to continue funding the Commission operations into late November next year. And that year 0 program is really after the applicants have their contract started. It helps support them in building out their model for the upcoming year and getting them ready to open. The fundraising committee is also beginning to plan an alternative fundraising campaign due to changes in the law in the past session. The commission is now allowed to accept donations from individuals and public sources, not just private businesses. So this really opens up a new stream of possible funding for the commission, and that is being explored for the future. And finally, we just held our September meeting earlier this week. We welcomed 2 new members, Chip Lindenlaub and Taylor Ramos. One of those was to fill my existing seat, and the other was the vacancy at the end of a term. Mark Huffstetler, who is an existing member, was reappointed by the Speaker of the House to fill another term. His term will be for 3 years, as all future members will be. And then next year, we will have three seats turnover. So those 2 appointed by the minority leaders and 1 appointed by the state superintendent. And that will happen at the end of August next year. In our meeting this week, we also continued authorizer training. So we had 2 training sessions, one from the National Charter Schools Institute and another from the National Association of Charter School Authorizers. And both presented information about authorizing resources to ensure that the Commission is applying nationally best practice standards to their application procedures and renewal and oversight. The Commission's next meeting is their fall advance, which is really a retreat, but the Commission is determined never to move backwards. So we call it an advance. At this meeting, the Commission will revisit its purpose and vision and build out their core values for the authorizing board. And these values will ultimately guide the Commission's decisions in making processes when evaluating applications, renewals, and revocations of charters. And that is all I have for you today. Always want to thank the Board of Public Education staff for all their support of the commission and collaboration.
Thank you, Kathy. These guys have been very, very busy. Great report. Is there any questions anyone on the board has? Chair Tharp.
Kathy, same question as always. Lawsuit.
We have no updates, Chair Tharp.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you. I just was really impressed as you went through your report, especially with your timeline revision and your creating a recommended list of assessments. I just noted that you are working very hard to ensure that schools that have this are successful, and also that they are also a good use of taxpayer dollars. So I want to thank you and commend you on both.
Chair Slinger and Member Rasmussen, I appreciate those comments, and you are right. That is very much the focus of the commission, is to ensure that taxpayers are getting results for their funds and doing the best for children. Thank you.
Any other board member have any questions? Seeing none, Kathy, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Look forward to hearing from you in November.
Thank you.
With that, Chair Tharp, it's okay if I move on to licensure committee? Thank you very much. We have an item number 9 in the licensure committee, notice of surrender of the Board of Public Education case 2025-04. Is Brenton?
It's online.
Oh, how you doing there? Brenton, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you too.
Could you walk us through this, please?
Sure, absolutely. As the chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Brenton Craigs. I'm the staff attorney representing the Office of Public Instruction in BPE case 2025-04. I'll present the circumstances around this licensure surrender, but there is one correction in the notice that I will point out when we get to it. The circumstances of the surrender of SEID license 65252 are as follows. On October 6th of 2023, while this individual was employed as a school teacher, a faculty member overheard a conversation between students discussing a teacher texting students. The student asked the faculty member if this was okay and showed the text messages to the faculty member, who then shared them with the principal. On October 6th, that same day, this individual was placed on paid administrative leave, and the school district opened an investigation into his actions. November 3rd, 2023, the completed investigative report was delivered to the school district administration. The report found that this teacher violated District Policy 5223 on personal conduct and the model principles of Montana's Professional Educators Code of Ethics by being physical with students via touching, hugging, poking, and tickling students, as well as sitting on students' laps, making comments about female students' physical appearance, sending regular text messages to students, including to female students, about their physical appearance, making inappropriate comments to students in class, and overall engaging in a pattern of behavior which students allege made them feel uncomfortable, including leading to at least one student declining to take a required course taught by this teacher. This individual resigned in lieu of termination in December 2023. The school district did not inform the Office of Public Instruction of this individual's surrender in lieu of termination, as was statutorily required under 20-4-110 MCA. OPI learned of this resignation in lieu of termination on May 7th of 2025, this year, from a member of the school district community while investigating another license discipline case, a surrender following resignation in lieu of termination, which we reported to you at the last Board of Public Education meeting. The school district did not provide official notice to OPI of this resignation in lieu of termination either. OPI has found, this is the correction, in the notice that was submitted to the board, it said OPI has found news articles written about this resignation. We did not find news articles about this resignation, and members of the school district community indicated to us that OPI and the board had, indicated to OPI that the board had told the public the resignation in lieu of termination would be reported to OPI, so no members of the community contacted us about this individual. The resignation does not appear to be mentioned in the minutes of the school board meeting at that time either, and as such, OPI had no reason to be aware of this resignation in lieu of termination, hence why this notice of surrender is so delayed. To this day, this OPI has yet to receive any official notice from the school district of this resignation in lieu of termination. OPI Legal spoke with the school district on May 8th of 2025 and requested a copy of the investigative report into this teacher's actions, which was provided to us on May 13th of 2025. On May 16th of this year, OPI obtained this individual's disciplinary record for his time at the school district, along with images of these text conversations with students. On May 21st, 2025, OPI sent the licensee a letter offering the surrender of his Montana teaching license and affidavit of surrendered, which we finally received the original version of on August 5th, 2025. I stand for questions.
Do any board members have any questions? Chair Tharp.
Brenton, not regarding the case itself, but I am very concerned about this particular school district board and their administration's violation of 20-4-110 MTA. The rest on the elected board of trustees and the administration to report these in a timely manner, and I'm very concerned that this hasn't happened. I don't know if it's an oversight, lack of training, lack of understanding, or just a blatant violation of the law. Can you comment on any of the correspondence back and forth you've had with the district?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, yes, we've had correspondence with the district. Well, it started out as correspondence with the district, which quickly shifted to correspondence with their law firm. The law firm had given them advice that, in my opinion, was very ill-advised. And I gave them a clarification as to how these reports are supposed to operate, by the logic of which they had been advised would have basically resulted in no resignations in lieu of termination being reported to the Office of Public Instruction.
Thank you. That's disappointing because as a non-lawyer, that law reads very clearly to me. Thank you.
Any other questions for any board members?
Renee.
Member Rasmussen.
Thank you very much. As I'm listening to you, I'm thinking back over many of the legal updates that I have sat through, in my tenure as superintendent over 15 years. And I, right off the top of my head, although I'm sure I'm wrong, don't remember any admonishments from legal presenters about 20-4-110. And I'm wondering if that's something that that we could somehow communicate to people that do these legal presentations, that should be included in their before school, mid school, early fall, which MCEL, whatever, to include that so people are aware and don't get misleading information from other law firms which may be less aware of school law. So I guess I'm asking a question to either you or the board at large. Is that something that we can do, is to remind or encourage presenters to include this in their presentation?
It seems to me that would be a recommendation to the Office of Public Instruction as part of the training for districts and their understandings, but I could be wrong on that.
You also could potentially ask Dr. Watson in his updates that he sends to superintendents across the state. He sends out his, there's a nifty name for it, and I can't remember what it is. But he is in direct contact with a lot of administrators to ask him to potentially put in a reminder, hey, if this happens, make sure you're following this step. It's very important to protect school children across the state, that all schools are working together to prevent this from spreading other locations.
I think, Member Rasmussen, I think your point's very well taken. I think there definitely needs to be a sense of urgency to all districts of the importance of this. This is just unacceptable. Unacceptable. In fact, that legal counsel gave the district erroneous advice is even more troublesome. So I think my recommendation would be that we ask OPI to work with all avenues in the education of our superintendents, our school districts. To understand that the importance of this, we cannot allow this to happen. It puts our students in danger. So, board member Neeskens.
Yeah, just to reiterate what's already been said, I too was very alarmed by the circumstances of this. I do have a law degree, but I was similarly alarmed by those who do not. I do think that we have a lot of new superintendents in our state who might not have encountered a situation like this before or are very in tune with the law. It concerns me that they've received poor legal advice because that is the resource that superintendents rely upon in these situations. The Department of Ed often uses like dear colleague letters where they take bad examples and then say what should have happened. And so I would like to see something like that come from OPI where it's like, here's the situation of what not to do essentially, and what should be done differently.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair Slinger, Board Member Rasmussen, Board Member Neeskens. We do consistently provide MCA updates in our weekly messages. This is definitely something that I'm making note of and that we can do going forward. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Sorry. Any other questions? So my understanding, Mr. Craig, this is just an informational item now, that there's been a surrender, there's no action we need to take.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, are you referring in the context of this licensee or with the
Yes.
board? Okay. Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, correct. We are not requesting any action. This is simply a notice. He submitted his surrender prior to us filing for licensure discipline action before the Board of Public Education.
Thank you very much. Great, really appreciate it. Thanks for joining us today.
Of course. Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to our next item. Item number 10, we have an information presentation on the Para Pathway Program. Mr. Patrick Cates is going to present this. This is very exciting. And I think it really does help us move towards a direction that we're hoping to as we try to increase number of educators in the state. So, Mr. Cates, please introduce yourself and then guide us into the presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Tharp, Board Member Slinger. Thanks for having me here again today. Yes, as Board Member Slinger mentioned, very excited to talk about our Para Pathways project, what we've been doing with it, the progress we've made, and I think it surprised all of us in a good way in terms of how quickly this has caught on and what's been going on with this. So with that, we'll jump in. Loaded the presentation you have is adapted based off of one I just shared at the SAM Summer Institute. So I'll go through and explain a little bit more about what some of those slides mean, since a lot of them are just graphics there. But let's start with the kind of beginning of the Para Pathways project. Where did this come from? How did we get here? What are we doing with this? Where this started was about 2 years ago, not long after I started at the agency. We all know the shortage that we're dealing with in the teaching profession, and that critical shortage that then exists in the special education one. So looking at essentially recruitment and retention efforts on how can we gain more highly qualified professionals in the special education field to serve our students with disabilities. We started looking at where are these folks going to come from? We know our numbers are shrinking, trying to keep that going. And so looking at our paraprofessionals who I was a teacher and a principal for years. I'm sure anybody that's been a special education teacher, been an administrator in a building, can pick out at least a few paraprofessionals that they had that should be in a classroom, running a classroom themselves. The picture in the presentation on the third slide there, that is kind of the inspiration for this project, who I keep thinking about when we work on this. That is Amanda Henshaw. She was one of my incredible paras in Belgrade at Saddle Peak when I was there. She had been a para for over 10 years, had worked in title, had worked in speech, had worked in our life skills classroom. And frankly, she trained my last 2 special education teachers that we hired in that building. And we've got these incredible paraprofessionals in every building in the state. So looking at roughly about 1,600 of those folks out there. And so how many of those are capable, how many of those are interested in pursuing that higher level of education, getting some certification to help, again, fight this critical shortage we have in our special education profession. So great, we wanted to get this going, but had to start looking at some partners. And so first thing, I think we started this idea, and then a month later we had the Higher Education Consortium, where we met with several of the university faculty. I'm almost embarrassed to pull up and look at that presentation that I shared back then with was in it compared to what is now, but immediately we had Dawson Community College right after my presentation with that first break, grabbed us and started talking about how can we be part of this. We want to help. We love the community aspect of this and really want to focus on being a partner for you here. And so they have been incredible to work with. Chad over there has been very supportive of everything going on. And our two direct contacts that we work with quite a bit are Nick Staffaleno and Breanne Miller. And they've been phenomenal. They're as passionate about this as we are. And we have a contract with them for running kind of the level 2 and some of the administrative functions of level 1 of this. And then the last kind of graphic that's in that page is my attempt at AI to look at what a collaborative meeting looks like. This was part of the process was we got a committee together of special education directors and teachers from around the state, both at the cooperative level and at the larger district level, and took a look at what are, as we look at this special education technician position that we're leading to that the superintendent mentioned yesterday, what are those duties on the day-to-day basis of a special education teacher that we could take off their plates to free up their time for the case management, meeting with other teachers to make sure the IEP is being implemented properly, all of those pieces that seem to get left behind because of the caseload that our special education teachers have to deal with right now. So we came up with some great solutions, and we'll kind of hit on those here in a little bit, but that leads us into kind of the overview of what the program is, and where the slide 4 talks about the levels of the program. The first thing I always start with is the all staff piece. So the first portion of this level 1 is these 40 online modules that we have contracted with LRP. LRP is a special education vendor. They have an entire legal team that works on keeping all of their material guidance, all of their courses up to date with any guidance that comes out from the feds and any other pieces there. That platform has over 100 modules available. We were actually just notified they've added 2 more modules to it. Those modules are available. They started being available in February, and they are available for any employee of any school district in Montana to take for free. We've extended that to pre-service teachers as well. So any of the students they have in the building, student teaching, doing their practicum work, free for all of those folks as well. And we'll get into kind of more of what some of those are here in a little bit, but as we focus in on the special education technician piece, there are 40 modules that we identified in there based on a lot of those are geared around paraprofessionals and shifting into some of the basic IDEA training as we look at kind of building them into these roles. The 40 modules, the list can be found on our website as to which 40 those are. And in the initial years of this project, we're incentivizing those modules. This is just for those 40 modules, but they're incentivized $20 per module for completion for any paras that are working in special education in Montana. So again, they're free for all staff across the state can take them. We're incentivizing for the paraprofessionals that are working in special education to try and get that moving there. So that's a $20 module piece there. Level 2, then we jump into Dawson. There are 4 courses. Once they complete the 40 modules with us, then they enroll at Dawson, and there are 4 introductory courses that Dawson provides for them for a total of 13 credits, which would then eventually lead to this special education certificate that we're hoping to get in. And to get into Dawson, they also need to have 1,000 hours worked in a special education setting or a comparable alternative. For instance, I'll go back to one of my other paras that I had 10 years as a title para. Only 1 year as a special education para for half-time, but clearly has been in a role serving students that are struggling with learning for quite a while. So those we would obviously consider as well for that 1,000 hour compensation piece. And then, again, we are fully supporting these candidates at Dawson. So Dawson's been a great partner and worked with us to lower their tuition cost for this program, knowing that these folks aren't on site. The whole program is built around knowing that our paraprofessionals work a full day, and so we've got to make this available to them at their convenience. I want to say it was about $2,700 per student for us to get them through those 4 Dawson courses. And again, OPI covering that cost with a 1-year service payback agreement for those folks, for us covering that cost. Very similar to if you've seen our special education endorsement program or the support that we provide for school psych trainees and SLP trainees. We have service payback agreements with those as well. This one's just 1 year because it's not a huge amount that we're covering there with the Dawson cost compared to a 4-year program. Okay, level 1. So these online modules on slide 6, there's a few more graphics there, a lot of QR codes. These were thrown in for, again, the audience at the SAM conference to be able to access all of these things, the presentation and all of that. But that QR code there jumps you onto our webpage. And then there's the icon you see for the Montana Para Pathways project. That people can click right on that and it takes them to that login page that you see there to create their account. It's 3 simple questions. That's all they got to get in there. The school system number is something that they can get from their business clerk. LRP had asked us to put in some sort of security measure, I guess you can call it that, of making sure we don't have people all across the country just given free access to this. And then at the bottom, those are the black bar there. That's a snapshot from the LRP website, just showing you the categories of the modules that are available on that LRP website. So as you can see there, there's things all the way from school administrators through paraprofessionals, special education teachers, regular education teachers, a lot of great material there. During this presentation at SAM, we did a survey in the middle of it asking people how much they had known about the Para Pathways before jumping into that presentation. And then after being here, looking at what are the ways they could use this. And a lot of the principals, superintendents in the audience were starting to recognize how powerful of a professional development tool this can be for their whole staff. They started commenting on that, utilizing these for PIR days at the beginning of the year or throughout the year. Staff meetings, assigning a module to your staff that you come back then the next week and visit about as a group. A lot of opportunities there for professional development for the whole staff. And so here's where the fun part gets in. This is what I've been waiting to get to, is the numbers and where we're at with this stuff. So slide 7 there has some numbers on level 1. Those have gone up since we can't report fast enough on these to keep the numbers accurate. So no idea where we're at right now, probably closer to 600, but as of 8/8, we had 558 users across the state registered in the system for the LRP modules. Again, only launched in February, so short timeline there. Over 8,000 total modules have been completed. 300 plus of those special education paraeducators are in this track, and over 7,000 modules for those 40 in the sped tech track have been completed since February. Compare that out, these courses are on average 45 minutes to an hour. So if you factor that 7,700 modules out by 45 minutes, that equates to about 5,800 hours of professional development that's happened across the state with this. Total of 105 folks who had already mastered or who had already completed all 40 of those sped tech modules. And the next page is one of my favorites. The red map shows we now have users in 42 of our 56 counties across the state. I'm hoping that went up since we reported this as well, but I think this is the one that I like the best, showing this is truly a statewide issue and it is spreading across the state. We've got users everywhere. We've done presentations with the Dawson community folks. We did one with Lewistown and their special ed staff up there. We've done one in Helena. We've done, I can't even tell where we've done the rest of them, but lots of positive vibes going out there with this. We're really excited about the progress, which leads us to level 2. And the level 2 work, starting on page 11 there. So I'd mentioned those 4 courses that Dawson offers, those are listed on that page.
We're
Basic,
on page 134.
oh, sorry, slide 11, yes, thank you.
Page 134.
Dawson offers those 4 courses. Those are all fully transferable for any of the universities with their education programs. And again, the special education technician certificate, as the superintendent mentioned yesterday, what we're hoping to come and visit with you folks about again here soon. The Dawson also again accepts all of those transfer credits. So I'll talk about kind of how that's working out here in just a second. The 2 courses per semester, Dawson's taken a neat approach with this. They are doing the 2 courses, but each one's a half a semester long. And so the paras are only in 1 course at a time. Really done a lot of work on what is it going to take to make this as successful as possible for these paras. So really focused on, number 1, building the confidence in these paras that they can do this. A lot of these folks maybe haven't done anything since high school, or maybe they attended a year of college, but it was 20 years ago. And that daunting look at going to a 4-year school and getting that degree now after having been out of education for so long, really tried to help ramp them up into this and hopefully motivate people to go beyond our special education technician position that we're working on all the way into teaching positions. And we've got some interesting stuff on that coming up here too. The next slide, the progress with level 2. That slide said 45. We did have one change their mind. We have 44 students that are enrolled at Dawson College right now and have started their coursework this fall. So that will be our first cohort that finishes up their coursework with Dawson at the end of this year. So spring of 26, they will be done, and again, hoping to get the certificate going along with that for when they graduate, and we have something to show for that. Got a few other numbers here with that. So out of those 44, 4 of them, as I mentioned, Dawson's accepting transfers credits. 4 students are not in the first course right now. They already have credit for that. So they will start here in a little bit when the second course in the first semester starts up. We have most of the paras in level 2 are paras with three or more years of experience. Just a lot of really feel-good stories that have been coming out of this. One para has been working for over 20 years as a para. She's 60+ years old. Has just been thrilled with this, says this has motivated her to finally achieve her dream of getting her teaching certificate after doing this for 20 years. So she's planning on going beyond the SPED Tech platform all the way through with her licensure. And about half of the 44 at Dawson have expressed interest in going on to get their full teaching certificate. A lot of them in, of course, special education, but Dawson's really promoting that piece. They're doing a great job of counseling and marketing and working with these folks on really working on what is their ultimate goal out of this and how do we help them get to that. So level 2, really excited with where we're at there. On that page, you also see a dual enrollment option. We've been talking to schools. There's some districts that already have some neat things going on with student paras or pre-teacher training, where we're offering up, again, these modules that we have that they can blend into those programs and working with them on some alternatives. Obviously, high school students aren't going to be able to achieve the 1,000 hours in special education, but if they're receiving other district training, other things that are going on, looking at how we can combine those experiences to where when they come out of high school, they've got all of that done, and possibly even before they come out, could be completing those Dawson courses. If not, then right when they do finish high school, we'll be able to jump into those. So Great Falls is, I know, one that we visited with about that. They've been doing a lot of things with those student paras. They're very interested in that. Over in the Bitterroot, we've been working with U of M a little bit on this as well. All of the universities have been very receptive to this, been very excited about where this is headed. And I know Dawson's been getting hit up by everybody else wanting to connect to the program. So we've had a lot of positive momentum with this so far. The frequently asked questions for level 2, those are mostly covered earlier in the packet, but the big things there, what's needed to enter level 2, that's the 40 modules, the 1,000 hours of service. Again, which modules count? There's 40 of them that count for that sped tech pathway. Those are the ones that are incentivized. And we talked about the service payback agreement. And Dawson's been great about trying to get people in when they can. So I think classes started at the end of August, right up until I think 2 days after classes started. They were still accepting people turning in their 40 modules so that they could jump in and get rolling on the program. And then the level 3 piece, as I hit up on, Dawson's doing a lot of advising with these folks, and really trying to connect them back to their local area. So if they're somebody from Flathead, can we get them connected back with the Flathead Valley Community College up there to continue on to get their associate's degree so that they can move forward with the full teaching program. I hit a little bit on the university connections already, the apprenticeships. Our state personnel development grant, the current one expires at the end of this year. We have applied for our next one, hoping to get that. And in that, we've included some support for level 3 and trying to help students with some assistance along the way to fully get that teaching certificate. So excited about where that is headed. And then last, I just included again, QR codes for contact information. If you have any questions for Dawson, those folks are happy to jump in and answer any questions, come present. Nick and I and Brianne will be on virtually with anywhere in the state anytime they want. So we keep putting that out there, and we've had a lot of people take us up on it. So that kind of leaves us with where we're at right now and looking for, again, as we've talked about, that next step of looking at a certificate to be able to offer these folks for that special education technician level. We've had several schools ask for creating our own recognition of the 40 modules completion, because a lot of schools are starting to build pay into this, incentivizing these different things. So certain districts have added an extra $1 an hour if they complete those 40 modules, and then another $1. I'm making up numbers here, but and then maybe another $1 an hour for having the special ed technician certificate on top of that. It does not require schools to change anything they're doing right now. Special education paraprofessionals continue to operate as is special education paraprofessionals. This would just offer another level of training, another level of care that we can provide our students, and again, free up our special education teachers that are in limited supply to focus on the higher level work and allow these folks to help with some of those daily tasks.
Patrick, thank you so much. And I'm sure we have a bunch of questions,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I want to compliment you and OPI on this. And as much as everyone knows me, it really pains me to do this. I need to compliment Dawson Community College. I think they have done a phenomenal job partnering with you. I really want to give President Knudsen and their staff a huge shout out. Thank them for what they're doing here. I think it's wonderful. Hurts me to say that, but no, I think it's absolutely wonderful. So, board members, questions? I'm next.
Mr. Singer, I may be behind the ball a little bit, but what exactly if a sped tech, they have their sped tech license or certification at this point, what can they do that a traditional paraprofessional cannot? Like, what do we take off the plate of our sped teachers?
Absolutely. So working with that panel, and then of course what's legal, right? We're not taking off, obviously, IEPs, case management, all of the heavy things still stay with the teacher. But one of the big pieces we talked about is the instruction. Right now, the basic para model is the paras come in for the day. The teacher has kind of the lesson plans laid out, walks the para through what they're going to be doing for the day. We would like to shift that to more of a sort of a unit-based approach, to where that student has their goals. They're identified to say they need to work on phonemic awareness in these few areas. Well, most special education departments operate with programs for those different things. And so looking at them, okay, can I get this sped tech lined out on the program we're going to put in, where to start, and now they can run that for that unit, whatever that progress monitoring check is, bring that back to the teacher. So we're not having to have that daily back and forth all the time, give the sped techs a little more autonomy in, again, still operating under the supervision of that teacher. But when you get down into the nitty gritty, the paras are supposed to be under the direct supervision of the teacher. We know what happens out in our school. We understand the reality of what the situation is out there. So trying to open up some flexibility in those areas, assessments, so conducting state assessments, doing all of those things, the alt assessment with the students that we know pulls the teacher away from what they're doing for quite a bit of time. So those are kind of the tasks we're looking at, but that would all be, of course, part of that discussion around the arm that we'd be looking at creating for that.
Great.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, if any of these 4 classes that they take would count toward if they're going to switch to a university system unit and do their 4-year degree there. Do any of those classes count to that degree?
Yes, Chairman Tharp, Board Member Rasmussen, thank you for that question. Yes, all 4 of those courses, and I think Angela could speak to this here as well. I kind of see her nodding her head there, but yes. All 4 of those courses will transfer to any of the universities and count towards courses that are required for the education degree.
Thank you.
Member Quinlan.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. This is very exciting. My question, I wanted to go back to the high school students that can be taking dual enrollment or dual credit. Do they jump right into level 2 or are they also doing those 40 modules?
They would be doing the 40 modules as well, yes.
Before they move into they do the level 1 piece first, even though they wouldn't get their 1,000 hours in, but they get the modules in and then they go to level 2.
Yes, sorry for jumping the gun there a second ago, but Chairman Tharp, Board Member Quinlan, yes, the 40 modules have to be completed before jumping into those courses. Now, some of the schools may have other dual enrollment courses the kids are enrolled in as well. Because I mean, I know my daughter was doing some in Belgrade. But the ones that we're looking at would be, again, the 40 modules then qualifies. Well, let me back up. The 40 modules gets them to be able to get there plus the 1,000 hours of service. Right, so in high school, we're looking at trying to get the 40 modules plus whatever that alternative is that's going to make up for that 1,000 hours of service. Once we get those done, then could look at that enrollment in Dawson.
So can you give us a real example of school where students are doing, at least starting through this process?
Yes, I know, I've been working with the University of Montana, Lily Apdale, I believe is her name, is working with a program over in the Bitterroot Valley. I think 4 or 5 students she was able to recruit this year for this. So they are going to be, she has some key components of what her apprenticeship program needs to look like. And they're going to be utilizing our modules for some of those key components of that program.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just a quick comment. Thank you, Chair Slinger. So, as the superintendent mentioned yesterday, we're very excited to meet with the licensure committee to discuss this ARM proposal as well as some other administrative rules surrounding special ed. So we do look forward to that meeting and getting that on the calendar, but she just wanted me to reiterate that to you all.
Thank you. Any other questions? Chair Tharp.
Yeah, Patrick, I was just talking before the meeting started with McCall about the changes that we've made in recent years, the greater flexibilities, different licensing approaches, different, ABCTE is one, just all these different pathways that are available now. And so there's a part of me that I'm really excited about this. I think this is a great program. I don't think we're ever gonna get Dr. Slinger to be cheering Go Bucks, but it's still really, really good. I'm excited about that. But then there's still that part deep inside of me that feels like, but Dawson's not even an EPP, but yet they are preparing paras and then going into a teacher prep program. So they're kind of a preliminary, they're preparing teachers to possibly enter a prep program. Help me resolve the fact that this is being done through a campus that isn't a teacher prep program. And maybe there's a part of that is really exciting to say that we don't have to go to the EPPs to pull this off, but help me resolve that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, thank you, Chairman Tharp. It's actually a question we've looked at as well, because as we get down the road, is there something that OPI can take over in terms of that training, provide coursework to help get to that level? So I think there is more flexibility in having that at that level versus jumping it into the 4-year university level in the EPP programs. But again, these are courses that Dawson has offered before. they continue to offer. So it's not any different there, other than it's being geared towards the paraprofessionals and really changing the method of teaching to focus on reflection on the processes that they're going through as they're doing their para work as well.
Thanks.
Yeah,
One more
member.
question. Thank you. Patrick, how does this fit in with, some of the other programs or partnerships? And I'm thinking of, I know that the, MFPE at least used to, I don't know if they still do, have a program for, well, increasing the qualifications of professionals that are working in our schools. So how are you connecting with all of that?
Thank you for the question there, Chairman Tharp, Board Member Quinlan. As quickly as we can keep up with everything, I guess we're doing a lot of the building the ship as we go, because we were trying to get this out there. So in terms of keeping up with those pieces, sorry, could you run me through that one more time?
Well, I just wanted.
Started to answer, got myself distracted.
There's other entities around the state trying to support high quality paraprofessionals, and my question is, what are your connections with those other efforts?
Gotcha. Absolutely. I know, we have on we used to have hub courses for paraprofessionals as well. With the transition there, looking at shifting our focus to this, but, I know other options, even our superintendent, has asked about, with our summer institute, adding on some sections for paraprofessional training there. So I think it's all wonderful. Any training that the paras can get through these to provide them with higher level knowledge that they can support our students in, I think is fantastic. I think down the road, yes, we need to start looking at, are there some of those that match up with the 40 courses that we are offering, and how do we blend those things together so that we're not requiring somebody to take the same information twice and work through there. But I know we have through our CSPD councils, they do a lot of training for paraprofessionals as well. So those options are always out there, and we again encourage all of those as well. Just looking at this one in particular, leading to that higher level of certification.
Thank you.
So being cognizant of time, okay, this has gone a little long. So Patrick, great job. Great work. Again, Dawson Community College, great job. Heard it here, it's on the minutes. This is exciting work. This is really great. So thank you so much. And Mr. Chair, I turn the meeting back to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, our next item is item number 11, and 11 and 12 are under the assessment committee, and chair of that committee is Board Member Rasmussen. Chair Rasmussen, take over.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll be brief. I just want to say that this assessment update and information on the math proficiency scores, we were able to have, what was it, McCall, about 2 weeks ago? We were able to have a meeting with Cedar Rose and other members of OPI and do a deep dive into how they set the math proficiency scores. And to be honest with you, I was quite impressed with their depth and breadth of how they went about this process. And I'd like to ask fellow assessment committee member, board member Hannah Neeskens, if she would have any comments before we turn this over to Cedar Rose.
I would just like to say that I was impressed by the work being done. We went really in depth statistically in our committee meeting, which thankfully is not going to happen here, but on how they arrived at those numbers. And I'm extraordinarily confident that the 45 educators that convened in Bozeman to do this work put a lot of thought into this. They were very intentional in their work, and there was a lot of guidance that was correct in how to create these cut scores. And so I'm excited that such a broad swath of Montana educators were able to contribute to deciding these numbers. And they were not in any way, shape, or form arbitrary, which I'm sure Cedar will describe.
Thank you, board member Neeskens. And with that very great summation, thank you. I'll turn this over to Cedar Rose to give you a presentation of a section of the presentation that she gave us. Good morning, Cedar.
Good morning. I'll go ahead and get screen sharing if you can see that. Again. Oh, I had it just. Perfect. Good morning, Chair Rasmussen. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Cedar Rose, spelled ROSE for the record. I serve as Assessment Director with the Office of Public Instruction. Today I have two things that I would like to share with you. As Chair Rasmussen said, we recently set the proficiency cut scores for the MAST assessment. And so I'll be sharing with you not the quite and technical in-depth presentation that I was able to share with our assessment committee a few weeks ago, but I will share an overview of that process as well as what those scale scores will look like as they are rolled out here in about a month. And then I will just give you a general assessment update looking at what we are getting ready to roll out for the 25-26 school year. And I'm starting on page 142 of your packet. So with our MAST standard setting, I know I was able to talk to you about this for the last few months. I feel like this is an event that we have been looking forward to, I think for 2 years at this point, knowing that this was really the culmination of our pilot, expanded pilot, first operational year to get to this point where we have all of this information, bring together our educators and set these proficiency scores, as this is really what is able to report those proficiencies, get those score reports out, and then fulfill those state and federal requirements. So we were able to conduct standard setting in Bozeman the last week in July. It was a beautiful week. We had 4 days there at the beautiful Bozeman High School facilities. We had a standard setting panelist. Each panel was about 7 or 8 educators, and each panelist defined standards for 2 grade levels. So the same panel that worked on 3rd grade, worked on 4th grade, 5th and 6th grade, and then 7th and 8th grade, and they worked a separate panelist for math and separate panelist for ELA. And as Chair Rasmussen said, we had about 45 educators total for that. This meeting was facilitated by New Meridian. We had OPGI staff present, we had assessment members, we had members of the executive staff there, and we had our superintendent, our deputy superintendent throughout the week. It was really a great week to just bring everyone together to really celebrate and do the technical hard work as well. We also had Will Laurier from the National Center of the Improvement of Educational Assessment, and he was an independent observer for this. And so he was there gathering information. He wrote a very comprehensive, albeit dry report. He presented that to the Technical Advisory Committee along with a memo that was produced by New Meridian when we met earlier, I think 2 weeks ago, when all of this was brought together. The TAC overwhelmingly approved of the standard setting process and the cut scores that will be presented to you today. Quick overview of that process. So day 1, we had a welcome by our state superintendent. We had educator engagement with the MAST testlet. So our educators were able to go in, see the items that the students were taking, really engage to see what are the testlets and the standards that we are setting those proficiencies on. And then they got to go into the ALDs, and the ALDs were something that our educators actually walked away really wanting to have in their hands, because what ALDs is their achievement level descriptors for each one of the standards. So for each standard, what is novice, what is partially proficient, what is proficient and advanced. And so we're also working to get those published on our website, because our educators said that this is just a wealth of knowledge that we want to be able to bring back and use in our daily educational practices. Day 2, we were using a bookmark method. So what that is educators were going through and they were placing based on the difficulty of the items where they thought those novice, partially proficient, proficient, and advanced cuts were. And so there was a lot throughout this process of placing, having discussions, going back and refining those. And so in between each one of those placements, we would also bring in impact data. So based on the placements, where would the distribution of actually proficiency be for our state based on those placements? So after each round of those bookmark placements, we would look at that data. We'd also bring in historical data, say, well, this is how students have performed historically in our statewide assessment, knowing that we're assessing the same standards. And that would also bring into the discussion. And it was really just amazing to see the conversations. And as Chair Rasmussen said, we had educators from around the state, and to be able to hear their individual perspectives to come together and make these judgments was really outstanding. So that continued on day 2. Day 3, we finalized that 1st grade level, moved on to the 2nd grade level. Wrap that up on the morning of day 4, and then we went to grade level articulation. So for grade level articulation, both are the educators within their grade groups, so the 3 and 4, they were able to look at, well, how are 3 and 4 now looking together with their data, make any adjustments. And then at the end of day 4, we brought all of our math standards together, all of our ELA standards together with 2 educators from each one of those groups, and really discussed how are these now looking proficiencies going all the way down from 3rd to 8th grade, and made further refinements. So it was just a really robust process, so much discussion. And like I said, the process, the report, everything was overwhelmingly approved by our technical advisory committee, which we were really excited to see. So with that, these are our cut scores that came out of it. And I do want to explain, they look very similar, and we did that very specifically for a reason. So try not to get too in depth with the technical side of things. The process for standard setting use student theta values. So theta values, they center at 0, and there are a few numbers on either end, and those are from the 24-25 school year. With those cut scores, the cut scores, when they set, they align to those different theta values across different grades and subjects. So each cut score aligns to a different theta value. When we were starting to talk about this process with our technical advisory committee, they made the suggestion it would be much easier for the sake of communicating this, for the sake of continuity across the grade levels, if you anchored those cut scores across scale scores for all of your grade levels. So you will notice up there that we have the same minimum scale score, the same maximum scale score, and the same cut scores for your novice to partially proficient to proficient. And then we do have a little floating between those grade levels, or between the cut scores for proficient to advanced, just because we were only able to anchor 2. So even though they look exactly the same going down, those are all anchored to different theta values. So the psychometricians for New Meridian did a lot of work with their linear transformations to be able to get it to the point where we have really a lot of continuity going down those. But we're really excited that we were able to make that transformation in a way that I think is going to be very transparent to our field. So we know going down the grade levels for both math and for ELA, this is a scale score for proficient, this is a scale score for nearing proficient, and our scale is going to be the same minimum and maximum across grade levels. So there was a lot of information for that process. It was a very robust process. I will stop there for any questions before I go into the rest of the assessment update.
Renee, I have a question. This is Madeline. Yeah, she's on. Okay. So Cedar, I'm familiar. I've been as observer to the Smarter Balanced cut score or standard setting, and probably measured progress before that. But tell me how it's different to be doing this when we're talking about testlets versus a summative assessment.
Yeah, Chair Rasmussen and Member Quinn, that's a great question. So the great thing about Masset is providing that dual information. So the testlet information that was provided throughout the year, we were able to take that, and really the thought between MAST is taking those and together thinking of it from the summative value of it of one full test. So it was no different from standard setting from any of our other assessment from Smarter Balance. When we were looking at our ordered item booklet for that bookmarking process, we took a sampling of the items across all of the testlets for math and all of the testlets for ELA. There was a lot of great discussion because for math, we know that there's different ordering throughout the year.
Right.
But one thing that our educators really clung on to is that, well, part of the issue with a summative assessment is these students, some of them are getting that content right before the test, and some of them are getting in October and testing all the way in May. And so it was almost a little bit more of an even playing field when it came to the point of, well, all of our students are assessing pretty close to after when they're learning this content. So there's not that like leap in having to retain that information. And then for ELA, there was a lot of discussion about, we could see when those items were administered, whether it was or beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year testlet. And we know that those items increase in complexity. So in that word item booklet, you can also see a lot of our beginning of the year items were in the beginning of that word item booklet. But we did treat that as one full test when we went into that standard setting process.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions? Go ahead, Cedar.
All right. Well, as we are wrapping up and getting ready for obviously our score report release based on those scale scores for the 24-25 school year, we are also preparing for the 26-20 or the 25-26 administration year. We already have a window open. So our DLM Dynamic Learning Maps Alternate Assessment window that opened on Monday. I'll talk a little bit about some of the training we've done for that. And then MAST window 1 is we're getting ready to open that. We have scheduling that is wrapping up on this upcoming Monday. And then our first open window will open on October 15th. It will close on December 5th. One of the things that we've talked about is one of the big changes that we've made going into this administration year is extending those windows from 6 weeks to 8 weeks. So last year, our window was closing just before Thanksgiving. Now students are able to test all the way up until December 5th. And so we've heard a lot of great things, and noticing in the scheduling, I don't feel like there's as much pressure to have to get as many testlets in. It's felt a lot more relaxed when we've been talking to districts about the scheduling. So that feels really good. We have done a ton of training since the last time that we talked in July. Two that I want to talk about that were, I think, really impactful were our MAST for Teachers and then our MAST Summit. So our MAST for Teachers, that was really focused on the feedback that we received on the need for more teacher-centered, more instructional, and more score report-centered professional learning. So the assessment team really partnered with the Standards Instructional Professional Learning team. And that was a really joint effort to support educators and really targeted that towards classroom teachers. On August 20th, that was a virtual session, but we had 99 live participants. And when I wrote this report about trying to think 4 weeks ago, we also had 70 people that had also streamed it online. So that is available online. And we know a lot of people who weren't able to make it have already reached out to want to be able to watch the recording. Those sessions really focused on all of the things we heard feedback on that people needed more support on: the scheduling, administration. A great session from Claire Mikeson on the writing performance task, how to use those rubrics, not just for the assessment, but in the day-to-day, bringing them into your instruction, and how do we really prepare students for writing throughout the entire school year. Math misconceptions, preparing students for testing, using MAST results to support instructional next steps. That continues to be the theme that we are coming back to throughout all of our training. I just pulled a quote from one of the feedback that we received, and it said, "I appreciate the information on where to find assessment results and how to use them. I will also share resources and best practices with my team." So not just are the people on these sessions finding value for themselves, but also bringing them back to their schools, which is just wonderful to see. Last week, we had our MAST Summit. This is the third time we've held a MAST Summit. One was during our expanded pilot, one was going into our first operational year, and then this year we were able to hold another one. This focuses more towards our testing coordinators and our building administrators, but we also had classroom teachers on there and just a variety of roles. This session included a little bit more on the technical side of scheduling and administration, preparing for testing. But once again, our entire afternoon session was devoted to that score reports, accessing, but we broke it down by role. So we had a different session for superintendents, building leaders, classroom teachers, and our STCs. We also concluded that with open office hours, as we knew that there was a lot of information that day, that we just made ourselves available for a full hour afterwards on Zoom for anyone who had lingering questions to come in, get their questions answered. And we had a few participants come and just have really great discussions. We had an opening session from Superintendent Matt Jensen of Kalispell Public Schools. I think it set a really powerful tone for the day. And he really just talked about, this is a change is hard, but it's really time to lean in, as our last summative assessment wasn't serving us in the way that it should. And so I think that really set the tone. We talked about that there are changes to be made, but making these changes mindfully is really going to serve students. Overall, we had 124 attendees for that session. Upcoming, Yesterday, we just wrapped our first STC workshop series that was all focused on DLM, our new alternate assessment. One thing that I highlighted there is great thing about DLM is we can now do facilitated training. So our afternoon session was a facilitated training where educators came in. Dylan Conway, our special populations assessment specialist, went through that training synchronously. And we had 75 educators who were able to go on and take their quiz and be certified for administration already this year. We will continue our STC workshop series next week, focusing on test security administration, focusing on our WIDA, English language proficiency assessment, talking about also our ACT, our science assessment, and then our testing plans, as we know that's a requirement for each one of our districts. So wanting to make sure that our districts feel good about that. Moving into our first mass administration window, providing weekly support webinars on Wednesdays just for an hour. This is for anyone to come in. We'll provide just a little, this is what you need going into this week to feel prepared for that opening window. And then we always leave time for any questions, always recorded, always posted to our website. And then one new thing that we're trying that we're really excited about, because we've heard from our districts, sometimes we can't make this and the recordings, may just not be able to have all of that back and forth that we need, is we now have, we're calling them masked mini sessions. So we have a Calendly link where schools can go in and they can schedule individual times with the OPI assessment team, and they can choose which topics they want to discuss with. And it can be one-on-one, it can be with a group of teachers, it can be a whole staff training, and we will virtually come prepared with what that school, that educator, that group needs. And so we're really excited. No one has taken us up on it yet, but we are really excited to have more conversations, more individualized support. And this could be on score reports, scheduling, makeup tests, really anything to help better support our schools feel confident going into this mass administration year. I just wanted to provide you a list of the available resources. I know Superintendent Hedlund talked about this yesterday. Those focus support videos are really those just-in-time videos for anything that our educators may be struggling with. Training materials, so even if they can't come to our trainings, our building test coordinators, our system test coordinators can take those trainings and train their staff as well. We have a version for testing coordinators and for educators. Those writing performance tasks, we knew were stressful for our educators, that they were a challenge, and our educators said that they just weren't prepared for them. So we are putting a big focus on making sure the writing performance task rubrics, they know they're available, but then we're also rolling out 2 additional things this month. Performance task exemplars with rubrics, and then also student-friendly performance task rubrics will both be available this month. So once again, those educators can use those throughout the school year, so they are familiar with them, students are familiar with them going into that performance task in window 2. And then we have 2 hub courses that are already available, and then 1 more that will be upcoming, focusing on that performance task. And then we have a new report that is coming out this year that I'm really excited to show you. While we are continuously working on developing that growth model, we have a TAC meeting on September 30th that is going over potential growth models for the 26-27 school year. We are able to provide a progress report this year based on completed testlets in each window. So you'll notice that we have a window 1 and a window 2 progress report there. So what this is it is taking the information from testlets that have already been taken after each window, and it is showing, based on this information, this is about where your student is in relation to those cut scores, those proficiency levels that we have established out of standard setting. So you'll notice there is that bar on the top of that estimated achievement. That's the error bar, just because if you're not taking a lot of testlets, you're going to have a wider range of estimation. It'll show after window 1, what is your projected achievement? And then it has that testlet performance. You can go down and you can see what is this estimation based on and what were the standards that were assessed on. After window 2, you'll have another progress report that comes out. You'll notice that achievement bar is a little bit smaller, and based on the performance on that second set of testlets, that the estimated achievement may shift in one direction of another. So you can see as students are taking more testlets, how their estimated achievement is changing throughout the year. So as we work on that growth metric, this is a way to see how students are changing from window to window. So after the 3rd window, then we're going to have those summative reports, because that will be that achievement at the end of the year. So with that, I will stand for any additional questions.
Any questions? I know it's a lot of information, lots of information. Any questions? Go ahead.
So Cedar, how quickly are you gonna get the summative reports back to the schools?
Chair Rasmussen and Member Schmidt, that's a great question. So this year is a delayed because we had to do that standard setting process. So our summative reports will be released the first week in October for this year. We just had to make sure that standard setting was done, went through a few extra checks to go through that scaling process. Next year, that process will be much quicker. We don't have a firm date yet, but we are looking more towards beginning of summer than end of fall for next year.
Or maybe the end of the school year?
I'm not going to guarantee anything, but we are definitely looking much, much sooner than we are for this year. Thank you. Absolutely.
I just have a comment. I love that new report. That is beautiful and so informative and easy, quick to look at, and so much information in there as well. Thank you.
Cedar, just to clarify regarding having the scores, the summative scores out. It is correct, though, that districts can see those scores prior to the release, correct? Or can they not see, are they embargoed until the release?
So Chair Rasmussen and Member Niskin. So the score reports that are going to be released just for MAST, those are going to go through the KITE portal to districts. Those will be at the school, the district, the student level first, not a public release.
Yes,
Yeah.
so, but in theory, districts could use these numbers, see how their students have performed, do some behind the scenes calculations before the end of the school year, before there's an official release of information from the state.
Yeah, so we always do score reports to schools first, and then even when we do our big statewide release, so in this year it'll be in November. Typically, we do it in September. Once we gather all that data, bring in our alternate assessment data as well, bring in that ACT data. Even with that official statewide release, we always do a week embargo for districts as well. So it should be no surprise to districts when it gets to that public release where your school and district are performing. Absolutely.
Any other questions? Thank you, Cedar. That was wonderful. I appreciate it. Mr. Chair, with your permission, we'll go on to item number 12.
Go ahead.
Item number 12 is a review and work session of the Early Literacy and Numeracy Advisory Council and some of their recommendations. And I'm going to turn this over to McCall for more information. Thank you, McCall.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We are on page 150. Page 153 of your packet. You'll see the Montana Early Literacy Numeracy Advisory Council recommendations report. I'm just going to give you a brief update on this report. We did invite some of our council members. I'm not sure any of them will be able to attend, but Marie here should be able to provide some really good information on the skills. So I'm going to give you a brief update on the report itself, then I'll turn it over to Marie to talk about the skills. So just to remind you, with the passage of Representative Romano's House Bill 338, the board was tasked with integrating early numeracy into the early literacy targeted intervention legislation from last session. That is now called early targeted intervention. The governor didn't sign that bill until May 5th, and it had a July 1 effective date. And it had the intent that early numeracy would be integrated in time for the 2025-26 school year. And as you all know, and we remember having this conversation, rulemaking takes a minute. I think we all know upwards sometimes of 8 months. So the Early Literacy Numeracy Advisory Council, Board of Public Ed, you all really fast-tracked that temporary rule. You did a lot of really great work with a lot of special meetings to really get that to the Secretary of State in time for the 2025-26 school year. That rule basically said if students qualified for early literacy, they could also qualify for early numeracy interventions this upcoming school year. The intent, though, was that the Early Literacy Numeracy Advisory Council would also be doing really good work to create that early numeracy evaluation methodology during the same time that that rule was effective. So I think it's really important to remember that the board had tasked us with adding some numeracy experts. Again, this council really had a lot of literacy people on it. So when we had reached out to people, there were some people that were like, we are not numeracy people, we are not math people, we really need to be adding some math people. Thankfully, we already had some math people on there, but we did add a few people that are very math minded. We added Representative Romano herself, who was a math person, Representative Nicola Kakos, who also had a numeracy legislation that didn't pass, but she's also very math minded. And then a couple other folks that were really helpful in this legislation and the evaluation methodology. So in the meantime, the advisory council convened to develop some recommendations. They've been working over the last couple months, both via Zoom, and they met in person for a day to work on these evaluation methodology recommendations to the Board of Public Ed. And so that is all really outlined in your report. And so I'll just kind of hit on some of the high points for you to really sort of make sure that you understand some of the work that was done. So when you get to the appendices, some of this is really based on the changes that were made from House Bill 338. So just really simple updates that we think are, really simple revisions from the changes that were made from the legislation. So 1054-901, those are really simple updates from House Bill 338. 1054-902, again, really simple updates. So 901 is that early literacy evaluation methodology. 902 is the jumpstart rulemaking. And then 903 was that temporary rule that we put in place, which now is going to be the early numeracy evaluation methodology. So you'll see lots of red line and 903. So we're going to come back to that one in a minute. In Appendix B is the screening tools crosswalk. This is specific to the early numeracy. If you remember, for those of you who were on the board, when we did this for early literacy, we also had a screening tools crosswalk for literacy. We heard from the folks in the field that this was incredibly helpful to them. They were able to see which tools assessed for which skills that were part of our methodology. They could kind of go to that and see which was really helpful to them. They could see across the board which ones for the early skills 4-year-olds and prior to K, which ones were for those older grades prior to 1st through 3rd. And that was really important to them. So they asked us to recreate that. So we did another screening tools crosswalk for numeracy. And then Appendix C, you'll see that that skills progression table. And again, that's just a really good visual of how you can really see the progression of those skills from one grade level to another. And that's really important. I think it's just generally the progression of how children will be learning those skills. And Marie can probably speak, I think, a little bit better to that. So before I discuss the timeline of the adoption of these rules and when we can expect to see these rules go into effect in the rulemaking process, I'm going to turn it over to Marie so that she can discuss a little bit about the process for identifying these skills for numeracy evaluation methodology, because I want to point something out that I think is really important. When we did this for early literacy, I think the hardest thing for us was thinking about the framework, like how the rule was going to be created and the process for it. I think we always knew that the science of reading would play a really big role in that and the skills from the science of reading, but like how we were going to create that and how we were going to like differentiate from grade level, that was the hardest part for us at the time. This time we had the framework. We already know what we were going to do. We literally copied 901 to 903. But the hard part for us is we didn't have something like the science of reading to go off of. We literally had to take all the math skills from grade levels and literally think through how to pull out those sort of power skills and what those were and what made sense versus. So I'll let Marie explain all of that because that's not my mind. That's her, she's a math person. So I'm going to turn it over to Marie and let her explain like the process of how they went through that. and identifying those. So go ahead, Marie.
Thank you, McCall. Good morning, Chair Rasmussen and members of the board. My name is Marie Judish, that's Judisch for the record, and I am the Senior Manager of Academic Outcomes and Instruction for the Office of Public Instruction. I'm really grateful that I was a part of this from the beginning with early literacy to better understand the process, and then as we go into early numeracy. And like McCall pointed out, yes, we didn't have a science or reading in terms of these 5 big pillars that you can pull out. However, there is a lot of early numeracy research out there that we could pull from. And we just redid those math standards, which helped us a lot in going, okay, K1, 2, 3. I know we can pull those right over, and we already know they're aligned with the standards. Another factor that was a consideration for looking at the evaluation methodology is what tools were already out there. We didn't want to recreate things. We know geometry is important. We know patterns are especially important. But if you can't get a cut score from those individual areas of math, then it really doesn't add to that evaluation methodology. So we took, okay, what tools are out there? What cut scores or what different subscores can you get, such as oral counting, number naming, quantity comparison, cardinality, and so on with the higher levels on this part. And how can we use those tools to determine if a child needs the early numeracy interventions or early targeted interventions? So on those tables, you'll see these were, I believe a survey was sent out to find out what schools are already using for early numeracy. And then the people on the team, including Marissa Graybill, who is a former OPI math instructional coordinator, and Dr. Allison Wilson from U of M, who wasn't on before, but she was so important that we invited her, and it was a great call. Just making sure that we're looking at all the tools that are already in use. So we want to make that easy for schools, and then aligning those with the different skill areas. If you go to that Appendix C, we had a lot of really good but focused conversation on how to break those up by 4-year-old all the way to 3rd grade. And looking at the subitizing, numeral identification, not only what is important, but what can you get that subscore. So I'd love to see patterning on here, but that would really be something that would go into the math composite score or problems in context. Beyond that, anything else you'd like me to add, Nicole? Or does that I can help answer any questions as well.
No, I think you did a really good job explaining that. I think board members may have some questions, which I'm grateful you're here to answer, because I absolutely would not be able to. But no, I think you did a really good job answering, because I think there were a lot of conversations around like, well, let's make sure we add everything, because we don't want to leave anything out. But I also think that it's important to recognize this isn't universal pre-K, and that was never the intent. And so we were really trying to be thoughtful about, ensuring that we were sort of staying in the intent of the legislation, and, making sure that what we were doing was intentional and also made sense, based off of like what the assessments actually could assess for. And so I'm just really grateful for the folks that were there, because there were a lot of folks that are not math people and were asking all of these really good questions around why wouldn't we add this in there? This is on your list. Why can't we add this to the list? And exactly for what Marie said is like, well, these assessments wouldn't be assessing for that. And it could be on the list, but it's not ever going to be something that it's not a skill that you're going to be assessing for. And so it was just a really good conversation. So I'm actually going to run through the timeline really quick before we do questions, just so you guys have an idea of when you may see this for us to go out for rulemaking, and then when schools can expect for this to be ready for them for the field. So you're meeting in November. There is another piece to this rulemaking package. You'll also receive recommendations from the council, who is still working on early childhood education standards. They wanted to take another look at that class size ratio. The work that we did last time, we found it was a little confusing. It is a little contradictory to one another. So they are working on cleaning that up and clarifying. And again, that also had some just general edits that needed to be made based on House Bill 338. And at that same meeting, we will begin the rulemaking process. So I'm envisioning like on day 1, you'll receive the early childhood education standards. And then on day 2, we'll go out for that rulemaking package. And then the package of rules could be approved as early as January. But as you guys know, depending on whether you receive public comments, will depend on whether or not you respond to those comments in January, and then it's approved in March. So it just depends on when you get those comments. So Mr. Chair or Madam Chair, that's all I have. So I'm happy to turn it back to you to open it up for questions.
Are there any questions? That's, again, a lot of information. Are there any questions? You'll have to speak up because the picture I have of all of you is really
Madam Chair,
little.
I have a question. This is Madeline.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
I actually have a question that related to a report that was linked in here, and that was the summary. So it's just a little bit of an aside, but there's a whole lot of discussion about in year one literacy gains that students have shown after the first year of implementation of the targeted interventions. And my general question is, how are we measuring any of that? Is every school district using, potentially using a different tool?
Madam Chair Rasmussen and Board Member Quinlan, that's a wonderful question. Yes, and in that same report on the bottom appendices, you'll see the different tools that they're using. So not only are they utilizing a different tool, they're also utilizing their own cut scores for eligibility within those programs. So we really couldn't say that 57% are proficient at math, but what we could say is 57% of students were no longer eligible for continued programming because the district determined at their own level whether or not they could continue or if they had made enough growth that they no longer needed those early interventions.
Okay, well, that's a great segue to a second question I have. So I hadn't really thought about, a student goes in the four-year-old program and then they may sort of test out. So are we tracking those students through the end of third grade?
Yes, Chair Rasmussen and Board Member Quinlan, yes, absolutely. So in the Infinite Campus system, they are selecting the enrollment for the different early literacy or now early targeted programs that they are in. And then we are going to see how they do along the way. So like you said, that 4-year-old, they may have exited because there's no longer classroom based, but there might be other measures that they have along the way. And the first time we'll have that proficiency score would be when they take math in third grade. And then we actually, if you look at the legislation, we're following all the way up to when they head up to Angela's Way and see how they do with their college and career readiness.
I was stunned that 57% of students appear to the 4-year-old program worked for them and seem ready for first grade.
Yes, we're excited by that.
And if I may add on to that, an interesting outcome that I think tracks with that 57%, and we're seeing it locally too, is that makes them ineligible for Jumpstart. So because they have tested out because of the growth, they are then ineligible for that program that continues into the summer for Jumpstart. So that's something we've certainly seen in my district. It's great. We want kids to be growing, but that is something that has occurred as a result of that, is a shrinking amount of Jumpstart eligible kids. I do think adding numeracy will potentially increase that amount of kids that are eligible once again, depending upon what we get for results on how kids are actually performing in regards to what we just discussed.
So that
I got a question, if you don't mind, really quick. So based upon this 57% or so of kids are no longer eligible for Jumpstart, can they be tested again for the 5-year-old entrance requirements and see if they lost enough over the summer to be eligible again?
Yes, Chair Rasmussen, every district has their own determinations, benchmarkings, whatever it may be, and they could continually be doing that. And with that opening up of House Bill 338 for when that time frame is in the spring, if they're looking at qualifying them for that following Jumpstart, it doesn't have to be, they can absolutely qualify again. Again, that classroom base ends, but we are not recording if they are doing interventions in the K through third grade classroom. That's not part of this work, but.
Thank you. Any other questions?
That was my question too, so thank you.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Any other questions? Well, Mr. Chair, with a thank you to the OPI staff for their wonderful presentations here, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you. Great. Just a couple of quick items here for accreditation. I do plan on taking a break between items 14 and 15, but I'll hand things over to Accreditation Committee Chair Madeline Quinlan.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will turn it over to Marie Judish. To Marie Judish to talk about the timeline and implementation of the 2 sets of standards.
Good morning. Once again, my name is Marie Dudish and I'm the Senior Manager of Teaching and Learning. Oh, no, sorry. Academic Outcomes and Instruction. I will get it down. It's been so long someday. And I'm excited to share with you the Mathematics and English Language Arts and Literacy Content Standards Revision Implementation Update. That is a mouthful. I know McCall got to sit with me the other day and hear this, and you've had these slides for a while. So I'll go through and I want to give you another overview. I know we've talked about this for brief moments throughout the last year, but diving in a little bit deeper to all the different levels of support that we've had along the way. Starting with the implementation team. I am not doing this work. Our team is doing this work, and they're incredible individuals that are passionate about it. So I always want to make sure I call them. So you'll see Katrina Engeldram is our math instructional coordinator who is leading the work with the mathematics content standards revisions. Claire Mikeson is our ELA and literacy instructional coordinator, doing the same for ELA. Michelle McCarthy is our science instructional coordinator who has our long-term experience to help us with this process. She was there when it was done in the past. And then Amy Conzen, the professional learning manager, and myself, of course, with leadership authority as well. So we are excited that we are in the guidance development phase of these implementation standards. They were adopted back in January, and now we have been for many months, but have many months ahead of us of really doing the hard work. It was a lot of work to get to where we are, but there's so much more to come, and we're just excited more to be engaging with educators across the state and making sure they have the tools in their hands to understand the new math standards. I did put up here the vision for our mathematics guidance. First, we listened to educators. What do you need when it comes to the new standards? What professional learning do you need? What guidance do you need? What supports do you need? Along the way, you'll see that we've really discussed a lot about Indian education for all, and it really wasn't increased in the standards. It was just amplified in terms of importance. And part of that comes with now our guidance needs to follow up with that. So Katrina has been working very closely with our IFA team as well as other partners around the state to make sure we bring that in. Another component you'll see there is the diverse pathways. With the restructuring of the high school mathematics standards, there was a lot of work to be done to help map that out for districts and making sure that they understood if my students going into trades, if they are going into STEM, whatever it might be, helping them see what those course pathways and standards that they need to cover to be successful in those areas. And then moving on, really fostering mathematical understanding and success, and that comes from the restructuring of those mathematical practices. So we talked previously about how the examples and elaborations used to be within the content standards. And we found, the committee found, the task force, NRC, that was almost too limiting. Because yes, that's a great example, but it's not the only example. So we didn't want educators to be stuck to that. So those pieces are moved over to guidance documents. It's not that they're gone. It's not that they're not important. It's just where they live. They don't necessarily need to live in ARM, but the educators do need to have that information and more to better understand these standards. On the right-hand side, you'll also see we've attempted already different ways to bring this professional learning to educators. We have in-person, and I'll show you all those different opportunities we've already had with more to come. We've had virtual, not only hosted live, but also asynchronous so that people could do independent virtual studies, and then created facilitator guides for those that are unable to attend as well. So that's even before these were formally adopted. Katrina has been on the road and doing sessions at different conferences, different school districts, and really getting out there and asking the educators, what do you need? And really honestly giving them a sense of calm more than anything, that this isn't a huge change, because that's a big fear. You're gonna completely change everything, and it's not that. So mapping out those standards, especially for those 3rd through 8th grade classes that take math, we want to make sure, hey, guess what? That's not changing. We will help align all those things. That's part of the requirements, but it's not going to be a huge shift. We do also have live on the website a professional learning request form where districts can put in at any time, hey, I'd really like my K-5 team to have some time with you on the early numeracy math standards and just focus in there. Or my whole district really needs math practices. How can you help us with that? So that's been live there, and that's how we've been able to visit a few districts around the state. We've already begun our implementation webinar series, and I know Dr. Tharp was there for the first one, and I think you got a round of applause in the first session because everyone's really grateful for what these are looking for and just the support coming from the board.
It was only because of the delay for the year that they didn't know.
Oh, that's right. Well, that's okay. Thank you for that. Yes. So we had our first session, which he attended, why the change, so that it kind of gives that grounding of why are we changing these versus just continuing on. And like Mr. Tharp said, with that extra year, why we gave him that extra year also. And really, when it comes to all professional learning, we really want to focus on best practices. So are they getting practical guidance, job embedded strategies? Is it aligned to their curriculum work? And also developing community of professionals, which is really important in this. I have the recording here, but it's also posted live. We did have 37 live attendees, and we have more than 80 educators that are registered for the whole series. So the more we can get the word out there so that educators feel prepared, the better everything will go. We are also so very fortunate to be partnering with the University of Chicago Center for RISC and the data science for everyone. Now they came to us, they said, hey, you increased your data science, which is really just those measurements and data standards, K-12. How can we help you? And the first session was kind of low attendance, but once people realized that it's not just a high school data science, this is really K-12, and how can we amplify and help educators understand the importance of those standards. So them coming in and partnering with us has been huge, and I'm excited to have those resources continuing in this implementation. So the mathematical practices, as we know, they are not one-to-one aligned with the former mathematical practices, especially with the introduction of the cultural considerations. Katrina has gone through and made several digging deeper videos on each one of those mathematical practices that she's also updating as she's getting feedback from the field. And along with those, we know that, again, live attendance is hard. She has developed facilitator guides. So if you have your math PLC or grade level, your curriculum director or the consortium in your area can bring these in, use her videos, and you can do a PLC, ask questions, stop here. What does that mean to you? What do those resources look like in your classroom, and really personalize that? And I know I'm going fast, but there's just lots here. Slow me down at any point. We already have the PK-12 math guidance document posted, and that contains all of these different areas already, with more to come as we have those expanded guidance documents. So examples of proficiency rubrics, the course recommendations and pathways. We have a financial literacy pullout document, so we can see what that looks like K-12. Because with financial literacy, there are some that are obviously about money, but there's some that may not be so obvious. So she even took the time to say, hey, you could apply financial literacy skills here in 3rd grade, even though it might not look like it. So very thoughtful in that intentional piece there. What we're looking at now are the high school pathways course recommendations. This was developed with experts from the task force, including our post-secondary experts, where they came in and they looked at the different courses that are required across the 4 years or 3 to 4 years, whatever it might be in those math. And then if they are going into a data-driven profession, humanities, community service, what are really good recommendations for the courses that they would take? So they went down to the course level descriptors, and then the standards align with each one of those. So exciting to see that there's not just one pathway that everyone does, algebra 1, geometry, whatever it might be. They also set it up for if they have integrated math and different opportunities across the board. Within those math practices, you'll see a lot of, probably too much information, but we'll narrow it in there. About before problem solving, during solving, and after solving, and really what does that continuum of proficiency look like across each one of those mathematical practices. And then it is also expanded upon in each grade level. You'll see here an example from kindergarten where it talks about what does evidence-based reasoning to justify actually look like for a kindergartner. Because that can sound like they can do it, they absolutely can, but maybe educators don't have that experience or know what it looks like. Also ways that we as adults can support students in learning to justify and provide great handouts that are being made also to help families in that component. As we go into the grade level, we've got expanded guidance. I did pull some screenshots. Kindergarten, right now they are validating all of the EFA references because Katrina is so, she's just so wonderfully making sure that that is authentic, and we have the perspectives of those that provided that information in those guidance documents, and it's also being worked on for 1st and 2nd. And a few of the examples will really show you, I've done it in the past with EFA, but I want to show you a few different ones in terms of the general notes. If you're a 1st grade teacher, I'll be honest, when the new content standards came out, I was the 4th grade teacher. Everything had just changed, and I had to figure out how to read those by myself. So we wanted to provide more in terms of general notes. Here's what this actually means. Here are some examples of what you can do in the classroom. It's not a curriculum. Standards are not curriculum, but it will help you understand the curriculum in front of you and how to adapt to those standards. And here's a wonderful example of the IFA integration. Harvesting, I'm gonna pronounce it incorrectly, Kamas, and if someone has that correct, please let me know. So it really gives some context in the background of what is this? Where is it important? So you'll see such as Montana Indigenous people, such as Kalispel, Salish, Nez Perce, and Blackfoot traditionally and contemporarily gather and harvest plants like Kamas bulbs for food. And so it gives enough context for the educator to feel confident, because that's the biggest thing we've heard is we don't want to teach IFA components wrong. So it gives the context and then also relevant resources, and then the task that aligns to that content standard as well. A proficiency rubric is being developed for all content standards, which helps the teachers understand what does a proficient student look like on this standard. What does it mean to be show mastery and beyond, beginning and developing as well. And then we've also taken the time to show that crosswalk from those pre-kindergarten, which will be updated if we update Title 10, Chapter 63, but that's okay, standards into the kindergarten. And then how does that move on into the first grade? So maybe it's done at that kindergarten level, and you'll see the new foundational skills move on into that first grade. Feel like you're getting the gist, so I'm gonna keep rolling a little bit. Stop me at any time. Another big component is we know already in Montana, we have Indian Education for All built into our content standards, and we already know a lot of our textbook providers do not make that adaptation for us. However, with those districts continuing with whatever curriculum they may have, which we believe that they could continue with most of the same curriculum, we wanted to make sure they could map the new content standards with Common Core, which is what was aligned to the Montana content. So you'll see here in kindergarten, the Montana, all of the standards on the left-hand side for the updated standards, and then the right-hand side where it's the Common Core standard, so that they can crosswalk those. You'll see some no corresponding standards. So we talked about how data science was implemented more so, and that's where those align there. I discussed financial literacy, so I'm going to keep rolling. A little bit more on those math courses recommendations. So really getting down to even the course code levels, the standards, and instructional resources. She has also created one-pagers for any relevant stakeholder that might want to know more about these content standards. So if you are going to your school board as a superintendent, she made a handout for that. If you're talking to your elementary, if you're talking to your pre-service, if you're talking to your local tribal education agencies, there's a handout for that. So we have tried to cover every form of communication to support schools implementing this. I've discussed before, and I'm not going to play the video, but we do have a new standards housing platform that we're really excited about getting the word out for schools to use more. So on here, it shows you how to navigate that platform where they're now digitally there. You can select your standards for the week. All of these guidance documents will then be uploaded into these. And so you'll have videos at your fingertips saying you're teaching mathematical practices. Here's 7 videos and the facilitator guides to support you, as well as examples hopefully by grade level. I've already discussed these great connections we're making with Indian Education for All. I really just want to give a shout out to our IFA team. I know we're connecting with SKC and other tribal education agencies around the state. So excited for those next steps in amplifying that part. The simple team of standards, instruction, and professional learning. So this, like I mentioned earlier, the team that has done this before and you're responsible for the professional learning. And we're really, if you haven't noticed, we're changing how standards have been done in the past. We really want to bring that guidance to a new level to support educators. Early learning also, we've expanded the early learning literacy series that our instructional coordinators did to bring in that early numeracy with the new House bill legislation and these new standards to help them understand those components. I've already discussed the data science for everyone, wonderful information on what they're bringing. And then yes, there's more, but I'm almost done for real. I could obviously talk about this for days, but there's so many opportunities. We are connecting with MASC. We are connecting with the OPI Summer Institute. We have hub courses. All those things are all coming into play, and it's a lot of work. But like I said, the goal is just simply to give everyone what they need to be successful here. Oop, and then ELA, we know that we're not quite adopted yet, and I mostly want to say we're just going to mirror what we did there and do it for ELA, because that might help summarize it and move on. But with that, and a whole mouthful, I was really surprised you wanted 15 minutes, but I can go for 2 days. But I will stand for any questions you may have when it comes to content standards implementation.
Thank you, Marie. Enthusiasm is obvious. Any questions from board members?
I wish this level of support and information was available 30+ years ago when I started teaching. This is amazing. Thank you so much for that work.
Board member Rasmussen.
I was just going to comment the same. I had to create all this for myself and think through all this myself. I never had any of that kind of support. So this is really great to see. The trick will be for educators to be able to find it quickly and use it.
Chair Quinlan, can I just make a quick comment? With the new organizational chart, I just also wanted to point out that Marie is now the manager over our Indian education unit. So she oversees IFA and their great work, as well as our TSAR units. So she's kind of our point person there, and we're very excited to have her being that leader for it.
Thank you, Marie. I think we haven't lost it. We're overwhelmed the board.
Marie does that every time. She's so glad of the insight and skill and wisdom that I love listening to you, and then I have to go home and think about it.
I apologize. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I love your work.
Thank you for your presentation, and
Yes.
we appreciate the good work that's happening in both math and English language arts.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't.
Mr. Chair, back to you.
All right, so we're on to item number 14. That's still under your committee.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna turn this one over to McCall for statement about the public comments that we didn't receive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll notice on item 14, it says action on in response to public comments on chapter 53 ELA and literacy standards. I do want to note that we did not receive any comments, so there is no action to take today. We also cannot take action on the final rules today, even though we didn't receive comments, because given that this is a content standard, the economic impact statement and the rules have to go before the Education Interim Budget Committee, and that has not happened yet because they haven't met yet this year. That will actually happen next week. So the rules cannot be adopted until that happens. We'll adopt these then in November. And so I know the Office of Construction will bring those forward to the Education Interim Budget Committee next week. And we will put these on our agenda in November. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, that takes care of item 14.
All right, thank you. At this point, let's go ahead and take a break. Let's take a 10-minute break. We got a heavy lift, a lot of heavy thinking over our next several items that we got for today. So we will stand in recess until 10:32. call the meeting back to order. This regular meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education. Today is Friday, September 12th. According to my chronometer, it was 10:32 a.m. And we have a few items left on our agenda for this September meeting. And just one final time, I want to acknowledge and thank the two school districts here in Dillon for hosting us and the great tours yesterday. It's really a highlight for the board members to be able to get out to the schools and be part of schools across Montana and meeting with them. We recognize the additional work and effort it takes to be able to host us, and so we thank you for that. As well as the OPI and all of their great staff for following us around and to come into the schools as well. Our next item is item number 15, action and presentation on the corrective plans for schools in deficient status for accreditation. This is an item that has been ongoing discussion by this board now, or it's always been an issue for the Board of Public Education, but it has been an ongoing one that's received additional attention in recent years and more so in recent meetings. Our meeting that we had in July, especially when we met with several members of the tribal community and with our Macy board, as well as discussing just what we need to do. We've had ongoing discussions with retired school superintendents from Indian country as well, and some of these very specific things and his specific asks for looking at what are we doing for schools that are continually in deficient status. And specifically mentioning Indian country because so many of those just happen to be some of our schools that are on the reservations. And so this is a part of the ongoing effort from this board that we want to see. You know, we must see improvement. We need to be able to assist these schools and partnering with the OPI, figuring what can we do to provide these supports and help these communities and help these schools and these students. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand things back over to our accreditation committee chair, Chair Quinlan, for item number 15.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your comments. And I'd like to turn it over to Crystal Andrews and Ellery Bressler.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Tharp, Chair Quinlan, and members of the board. My name is Crystal Andrews, ANDREWS for the record. I am the Senior Manager of the School and Educator Effectiveness team at the Office of Public Instruction, and I am joined by Ellery Bressler. So we are here first today to seek the board's approval of the 2024-25 corrective plans for the 24-25 annual Montana accreditation report. The corrective plans received start on page 205 in your packet. There were 26 schools that required a corrective plan this year, and we are happy to report that we received all 26 plans. The Administrative Rules of Montana, Chapter 1055-605, outlines the corrective plan process. The overall accreditation score is equally divided between assurance and student performance standards. Schools in deficiency status will be required to complete the accreditation process for this 2025-26 school year. From the 2024-25 accreditation process, there are 3 districts with 6 total schools that were in deficiency status. The district superintendents are here to present their plans to you. We will start with Superintendent Marcy Cobell from Hart, followed by Superintendent Victoria Fallsdown from Lame Deer, and finally Superintendent Wes Young from Wester Christian. So unless the board has questions for us, we will turn it over to Superintendent Cobell at this time.
Thank you. Welcome, Superintendent Corbell.
Yep, Hi there, everybody. Thank you, board chair and board members. My name is Marcy Cabell. I am the superintendent at Hart Butte School District. We're just going to give you, I'm here with my board chair, Joe Crawford. We're just going to give you a brief summary and highlight some important points and answer the questions briefly. And if needed, we can go back through what we've submitted. So important points that I would like you to remember is our 2023-24 was not submitted on behalf of Hart Butte School District. We had a huge turnover of staff, turnover of all administrative staff. That year, the departure of a superintendent and a principal happened mid-year. I came on in June of 2024. So we took Heart Butte out of advice status, which it was in, to regular minor deviation for assurance standards. Now in 2024-25, we have just regular minor deviations. In 2024-25, when I arrived, part one had not been submitted on behalf of the interim superintendent. So part two was actually submitted by myself and completed. And the whole explanation behind that is a very long story with lots of infrastructure issues at Heart Butte School District. If you have questions about that, I'd be happy to come back around and answer those. So your first question was, please describe your systemic procedure and timeline for resolving the deviations. So we have our timelines for student performance standards will be the following. So in fall of 25, we have MAPS testing, mass testing 3 through 8, in winter of 25-26, MAPS testing 2, mass testing 3 through 8, and ELL WIDA K through 12 in December, from December to February 21st. In the spring of this coming year, we'll have MAPS testing, mass testing 3 through 8 again, Smarter Balanced Science grades 5 through 8. And in March, that would be in March, from March to May 23rd. The other interventions that we have listed for you, we have Flex 180 curriculum interventions on Chromebook. That would cover reading, math, and science, grades 3 through 12, Khan Academy, and math support and interventions. So one of the key questions you asked was define the specific requiring improvement and identify the underlying reasons contributing to the accreditation status of advice or deficiency through data and root cause analysis. So we approach these questions pretty linearly. The specific areas requiring improvement are science, math, and language arts, and the underlying reasons for their accreditation status of deficiency was determined to be more effectively evaluated through the root cause analysis. So we looked at student and staff absentee data, which reveals our attendance needs to improve across the board. We must get our students attending school on time, active in their learning, and attending at higher rates throughout the year. Staff attendance also needs to improve dramatically. Currently, we average 3 to 4 staff and teachers out daily in a staff of about 34 people. That means about 10% of our staff every day is not there to do their job, which then falls to those of us who are present, and it's oftentimes chaos inducing. We also determine through root cause analysis that instructional data in the form of walkthroughs, curriculum alignment, and observations that much classroom time was being wasted with students' inactivity brought about by low expectations. There's a significant loss of class instruction time through non-teaching and not teaching from bell to bell. The interventions have been minimal with our technology issues that have existed before the current superintendent's arrival, which would be me. It was also determined through reviewing staff data that we had many emergency hires that were not qualified to be teaching their designated assignments or content area. Heart Butte School District turnover rates were very high, with qualified engaging teachers being lost to student and community behavior and non-support by some of the school board. It was also determined that there was no set professional development plan in place that would build capacity with each grade level group and each teacher, and also the curriculum alignment was non-existent, which was mentioned previously. So our root cause analysis on system data, it was found that funding was wasted on purchases that had no tie back to instruction or student growth. And there were many discrepancies with funding that were not and programs being spent on hiring staff who were not qualified, nor were there any onboarding procedures in place. So our root cause analysis on climate and culture, it was revealed that students did not like to be present when much learning time was being wasted. When they ran out of coursework to finish and when staff was not present, they did not show up and the community was at odds with the school board. The school board was at odds with the teachers and the teachers were being harassed by some school board members. From reports to the new superintendent, it was determined that the community, oh, I think that's a double one. Sorry, guys. I think I highlighted the wrong part. So I'm going to skip down a little bit. The teachers were being harassed by school board members to function at a level that encouraged favoritism, intimidation for student success, and non-reporting of harassment and bullying towards our teachers, staff, and administration. So that was all of the root cause analysis. The next question that you has outlined the specific steps to address the areas of improvement. Examples, professional development, resource allocation for staffing or materials, collection of relevant evidence and data. The specific steps to address the areas of improvement needed to have in some part have been addressed already. But as far as our budget goes for our school, which was a very important piece, it is in place and has improved tremendously. The interim former superintendent decreased staff by about 50%, which was about 35 people, and we are better equipped to handle the needs of our students more effectively. With a district leadership team called the DLT, which consists of the superintendent, the principal, the district clerk, a special education teacher, and 3 to 4 teachers from each grade group, we will begin the task of reviewing this plan posed to you and its responses and developing professional development. We will use resources from training at OPI and other entities that can assist us with curriculum alignment, creating high expectations for students, improving climate and culture of our school, innovative approaches to improve attendance, creating staff collaboration, and lastly, address our need for a constructive, in real time, trustee trainings that can address our board concerns immediately. For our technology issues, we have parted ways with staff that were not capable to manage the technology of our school and have instead formed a partnership with an entity to manage our technology on site immediately. This would entail assisting in our immediate ability to remediate all existing issues, from teaching content to running state testing, which has been affected consistently by our connectivity issues in the past. In addition, our outdated technology equipment and lack of maintenance for our technology impacted all of our functionality when it came to our inter-school communications, community communication, day-to-day teaching, student learning, and I would add also inter-school communication within us. We will continue to ensure we have the capabilities technologically to do our standardized testing in addition to any and all teaching, learning, and daily interventions. Our DLT will begin to collect assessments from teachers to begin to evaluate teacher effectiveness, teacher grading systems, student rates of achieving at their grade level, and content understanding, in addition to attendance rates within classes. I apologize, I didn't mean to just read this to you, but we did. It's actually much better when it's all in one place. Our overarching focus now is on curriculum and ensuring our teachers have the necessary curriculum to ensure that their students not only reach grade level standards, but also exceed those levels with each set of students they have this year. Your next question was identify responsible parties and deadlines for corrective action. So the parties responsible for ensuring the corrective actions take place are the superintendent and the principal. We will recruit the teachers for a DLT, a district leadership team, who will also review the plan provided to OPI and the State Board of Education, and we will develop actionable solutions. This can be done with SMART goals, in which benchmark steps or goals must be reached in order to our plan to be successful. SMART goals are a framework for setting effective and achievable objectives. The acronym SMART, I'm sure you all know what that means, is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. This approach helps individuals and teams to increasing the likelihood of success. The DLT will work through this process with all identified solutions, and the first deadline for corrective action will be September, with the DLT meeting bi-weekly the rest of the year to complete this work throughout our school year. Any teachers and staff a part of the DLT will be compensated for their time or for any after work they complete. Groups will be created to complete the steps using times of prep, after school, or work groups. Your next question, your last question actually, was describe how progress will be tracked and monitored. Progress will be tracked and monitored through an Excel version of or a fillable work template to show the root cause analysis for each area, and the team can then begin to input the data and track the progress in each recurring meeting. For each root cause analysis, a SMART goal or goals will be written, monitored, and adjusted in real time within each classroom. Every data analyst knows how to monitor and adjust, and it's something educators know how to do as they teach. So this undoubtedly will be a process that gains even more insight into our school and its student achievement. Thank you.
Pick it up from there, or,
Let's turn it over to the board.
okay,
Clerk Quinlan, with any questions you may have.
okay, thank you very much for that presentation, and it's clear you've really done a deep dive, and, sort of collectively looked yourselves in the mirror, and, I appreciate your description of the root cause analysis. Are there questions or comments from the board or state superintendent, board member, Maxwell?
Thank you, Ms. Quinlan. So I just wanted more of a comment. As a superintendent, I know how hard it is to come into a situation and have to evaluate all of these things. It's a very uncomfortable situation. But I do appreciate the thoroughness of your report and how deeply you looked in. I feel like no stone was left unturned. And I just wanted to say it definitely is a testament to your dedication to your newer school district that you're in. And I really do appreciate the transparency that you presented to us.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Board member Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask how it's going. You're a few weeks into the school year, so how is it going? Are you getting support from your school board? As you said, some of them did support this before. Are you getting support from the teachers? Are kids and parents glad of this? Do they understand what's happening here? Tell me a little bit about how it's going.
Okay, so with telling you how it's going currently, I'll do a little bit of a background from last year. Last year we had a very interesting year. We had actually a failure in our fire suppression system.
Yes.
So yes, so we had to do our first 2 months of school remotely while they fixed our fire suppression system. And that goes along with a lot of other infrastructure issues that have kind of plagued us through this past school year. I'm talking from boilers to just name it, and that's what was happening. It's still a little we're still kind of in a situation where things pop up. It's not all rosy, picture from here on out, because we do have some major issues that we're going to be dealing with. But last year we had, I feel like it was growing pain year. So it was a lot of my staff getting to know me, getting to know my leadership style, coming in and having to kind of revamp a system that was really overpopulated with a lot of staff. And we had to try to do everything bare bones in terms of hiring. We didn't have a lot of support from a few school board members, and I'm happy to report that we now have a very supportive board, which has been led by our chairman, Joe Crawford. We have kind of concertedly and together tried to build a team approach across the board, tried to keep things transparent, and just have been really focused on making sure our our school is clean and inviting, and safe and secure. And that's still a struggle. I still struggle with high school kids leaving, propping the doors open at the end of the hallways, on nice days. So yeah, we are still, kind of struggling with those things. But we're happy that we're getting our kids back. We lost a lot of kids, from the transition of when the superintendent left in 23, 24, and the interim came on. A lot of kids left during that time. And then when we went to remote last fall, we lost quite a few to Browning. So we're trying to get them back. We're not trying to entice them, except for, providing a really sound educational system here, that's safe and secure, and that we, want them here. And we're trying to build programs that are for their best, they're focused on their best abilities in their educational journey.
Thank you. You got a lot on your plate. My best wishes.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Board Member Neeskens.
I just wanted to thank you both for the time and attention you put to this. I think the deep reflection that you conducted in the root cause analysis is important work. And I think you were very honest, and I certainly appreciate the tough things that you had to say and what you're working to address. I do appreciate that the school board chairman Crawford is here with us. And I just wanted to ask you, Chairman, what is the commitment of the current school board to assisting the administration to implement this plan and remedy the root causes that you've identified?
So I think our board is very on chair with Superintendent Cabell. We have always been in their favor since I got on the school board. So and she's very smart, intelligent, and we definitely like the DLT approach to this. I think it's going to be very good because we can then verify causes and issues, and then start to assess those and get them completed and help the students with their growth and education.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you. I have two questions for you, and from Conrad, so I understand this first question personally. So do you have good enough internet service so that remote learning is effective?
So I'll speak from last year. I would say no. We did a lot of remote learning from teachers being at their homes where they had reliable internet. So they were able to carry those procedures out and those classes out at home. And that kind of freed us up. We all had to vacate the building. So we actually had to relocate our administrative offices and our SPED office and classroom to other locations that the school district has available. So it was up and away from everything that they were doing here at the school. So that kind of freed us up to run things, I guess, kind of in a tree or a route approach where everybody was kind of out on their own at their own homes. But we checked in. We had weekly meetings with everybody to make sure everything was going well. And we also had students that we were still transporting. So that was a good way for us to kind of bring all of that together in one location at the admin building, our new admin building, I should say, in one location where we could address issues as they arose.
Thank you.
And then, I'm sorry, then your second part of the question. So
I have another question for you. And have you established your SMART goals yet?
No, we are meeting with our DLT, probably, let's see, probably next week. Yes. And I have a list of teachers that I'm going to put on there, maybe ask or volunteer, see if they'll be willing to participate. When I was a principal in Lame Deer, we had a DLT team, and it functioned really well. It was we were able to address a lot of issues as they arose that didn't necessarily fit the DLT model when you think about it, but for instance, parent intake meetings coming from students, possibly if they had behavior issues and were suspended. We were able to meet as a DLT and decide how we were going to address those kids coming back to school. So it kind of umbrellaed a lot of different areas.
Thank you. And I think I'm pretty confident I can speak for everybody saying that we really look forward to watching your progress and
Thank you. I appreciate that. We appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Superintendent Headland.
Thank you. Thank you for your great work and deep dive. We all know that identifying those pain points is an important step. How are you guys doing? Well, first of all, I'll say, I know you've been getting your reports in a timely manner recently, so we appreciate that at the OPI. That helps us get our work done for all of the schools in the state. And I wanted to know how your clerk situation is right now. I know you mentioned expenditures and some of that being an issue. Do you have a clerk right now that is learning or has the capacity, or how are you doing in that situation?
Thank you for your question. Yes, we do have a clerk, and last year she did pretty much three jobs all at once. I mean, and I feel like most everybody in the building had 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 different jobs that they undertook because of the lack of staff and our inability to be able to hire who we needed to hire. So the clerk was doing business manager, clerk, and payroll.
Yeah.
Sorry. Payroll was an issue that just kind of floated to the surface. It was being done by a consulting company, and I'm not quite sure. I've never been at a district where all three of those jobs were combined into one. So I kind of stepped in a lot, as much as I could to help. So we did in tandem a lot of the clerk duties, such as the agendas and the stuff that goes out to the board members and all of that stuff. And it really was really messy at first. But we now have a really good system. We have payroll being done by a different company, and we have our clerk just doing the business manager and the clerk duties. So it's just kind of been a process of taking on as much as you possibly can and trying to do the best job that you can at it. So I learned a lot. I learned a lot about elections, because her and I did elections together last year. We did make a few mistakes, but it came out where it didn't ruin anything. So we were pretty happy with that. But yeah, I've learned a lot in the process also. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Dr. Tharp.
Comment, Superintendent Corbell and Board Chair. I thank you so much. I spent the majority of my career as your neighbor in Dunbrady and Sunburst, and I spent a lot of time in Hartview and at school, and the people of the community have a special place in my heart, and I am very pleased to see this progress. I'm looking forward to some great things. Well done. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Other board members. We'll just move on to the next. Okay, thank you so much, again, for joining the board and sharing your progress. We appreciate both Superintendent Corbell and Board Chair Crawford for your time.
Thank you. And just a big thank you to all of you, Board Chair and the board members. So we appreciate you giving us this opportunity to kind of explain our approach, and we're hoping for the best.
Great. Thank you. We wish you well.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Crystal?
So up next, we should have Superintendent Victoria Fallsdown from Lame Deer.
Hold on. Yeah. You're saying she's on, but we
Okay.
can't see her.
Yeah, launch across time. It's there.
They asked us to unmute.
Can you guys hear us? You're unmuted.
Not lodge, lame deer.
Lame deer. I know, but. Launch across time.
Yeah, we're
Lane, good morning.
Oh, no.
Superintendent, Victoria Fallsdown, and
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name as the board chair.
Can they, no. Victoria, can you raise your hand? I'm not seeing you guys in the attendees. Do you want to move on to Wes? He's promoted.
Sure. Okay, Wes Young, are you available?
He's on.
Wes, are you there?
hello board.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to clarify, we're Lodge Guys High School. We're due.
We're not lame deer.
Yeah, we're not Lame Deer. Superintendent falls down. She's with Lame Deer High School, and then we're with Lodge Guys High School, and we're meeting later. So we were admitted to the room. So just FYI.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes, we
thank
know. Thank you. You'll be up next.
Okay, so
Wes is on. I don't know why he's on. Wes, if you can hear us, you've been promoted. You should be able to unmute. You should be able to turn on your camera.
So they're not showing up on your list either, unless.
Lame Deer, like they're not in the attendees. Wes is literally on. You can't see him, but I can see him. He's walking away.
All right, well, we have one to approve and two of the school districts so far have not are not present.
Someone wants to go call them. They should probably be notified.
Yeah, their number is still good. You wanna move to advice? Yeah, I'm fine with that, but then they come back to these. Well, should we do the one we have? Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, I can hear you and I'm panicking trying to get on here, but thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Yep, the video too.
So can you please identify yourself and introduce?
There we go. All right, do you have everything now?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, my tech guy just saved me. All right, thanks. Thanks board for having me on and letting me visit with you. I probably will need to get more from you than you can get from me, but I can Ellery Bressler has been really helpful, and our background, I don't know if you want to hear the background, or what would you like me to start with?
I think we'd like to hear your presentation of your corrective action plan.
Okay, all right, so it wasn't filled out last year, and I just started the job here like a week before school started. So this came up, and I believe what happened was the previous administrator was accrediting through ACSI, and anyway, the board, my board chair was here. He had another meeting he had to go to, So he's not here now, but he knows exactly what's going on, and he's very serious about, he wants this fixed. And I have, when they hired me, they had a vision and really a graduate profile, not on paper, but they've given me 5 things to work on that all match really with the accreditation. So the graduate profile kind of matches up. It will match up when it's written out with the 5 things that they're evaluating me on. And I, in turn, am evaluating staff on how we do that. So I think the most important thing we have to get going on is that CNA survey. And we have the 19th, we have our first or our PIR meeting. So the staff and I will be working on that CNR survey for us. The board is the 7th. We will try to have the survey ready for the board on the 7th of October to approve. And then we will have parents, we'll get all our parents to do that survey. And I don't think it will be that, we're a pretty small community. We have 30 kids in the high school. To get the parents all get the survey filled out by them won't be a problem. So we can get going on that pretty fast. And then actually our policies are pretty, we have in policy most of the things we need here. But just the goals that I've been given is, or the kind of my marching orders, we want to have our kids basically ready to, when they're seniors, we want them to know their.
Can we move the side conversations out of the room? Very distracting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Know their gifts and abilities and know what their skills are, so they can get pursuing them and have them not wandering in the wilderness for a couple of years while they're not engaged in getting going on an occupation. So and then the other thing is school structure. Last year we had a really unfortunate situation where we had a teacher leave in mid-year, and then we also had 2 teachers with pretty serious illnesses, so they were out of the classroom a lot. And I think it made for a lot of downtime. And when kids are not busy, they're bored. And when they're bored, they're not interested. And when they lose interest, it's pretty tough. So that is another one of our goals, is the staff going bell to bell and organizing it, so that it's introduced concept, practice, and then put it all together and be there for the last 10 minutes of class, so that the teacher can help with anything and direct them to things that are tougher, so that they can get that staff help. So our intention is to get going on this right away. From what I'm gathering, that the very first thing we need to get going is that assessment, that needs assessment. So we're working really hard on that right now to get it going, and then we will get that done. Ellery tells me that October 6th, it'll open up on the internet, so I can get going on it. So we're kind of anxious to get going on it. It is a top priority of ours. And I guess we have the ASVAB that the juniors take, and then we have the ACT, SAT, all of our juniors and seniors take that. That's kind of what we want to use as far as an assessment to see where they are academically. And we will, I guess I'd take suggestions from you on other things. But we're really fortunate, 30 kids, we have 5 seniors, really mature, and I've already had them in and said, look, what do you want to leave? What's the legacy you want to leave at this school? And and some of them already knew, and I was pretty impressed with that. And some of them I just said, well, you know, I'm going to give you a week and think about it, and then we'll meet again, and then we'll help them develop a plan to do that, so that they can leave something that leaves the school better. And like I said, we're just really fortunate, really mature kids and all that. But I'm really not concerned about any of these things. It's just going to take somebody doing the report, and for that, you know, there's no excuse not having it done. It just wasn't done. But I have all kinds of help. I already got Power Schools, and in Bainville, the superintendent at Bainville, Darren Hanna, he's really helpful directing me in you know, calming me down and saying, look, here, there's a format here you can use. And Ellery also sent me two you know, what the word I'm looking for, two platforms, different platforms to use. So I just really confident that we will have a good one in, and we will do it as quickly as possible. The one thing I was wondering about, like last year, there wasn't any of the tests reported. What is that? Do I need to gather that stuff too? And will that go in this year's report? The seniors testing and how they did in math, science, and all that?
Crystal or Ellery, do you want to answer that?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Crystal Andrews. So yes, you will report on your student performance this year, and we're happy to help assist you with that process. We'll get back together and make sure you understand what you need to do.
Okay, yeah, I'm an old dinosaur. They pulled me out of the bone pile, and I've been out of this for 6 years, and but I'm excited to be back and doing this, and yeah, we have a great staff. They're on board with this. They're taking a lot of pride in going bell to bell and not wasting kids' time, and really making this an effective place. So yeah, I'm fortunate with the staff, the board, really fortunate. Before I started, I said to the board, I said, I need, you know, you gotta tell me what are the 5 most important things you want done, and what you're going to evaluate me on. And when I looked at that, I'm going, okay, hey, we already have our profile, you know, it's there, and I have the goals, and so it'll be fairly easy to get it going.
Wes, could I ask you a follow-up on the role of the Board of Trustees? Because you said in this corrective action plan that the board is looking at, it says that at least there was no evidence provided that the trustees had approved your plan, but you described something where the board has provided priorities to. So can you speak to that?
That was my fault. I texted it to my board chair. He looked it over, and then I didn't know how to get his he was out in the field. I didn't know how to get his signature. It was the 29th, and I'm going, I got to get this. So I sent it, but he was here earlier, and our board is very, I think last year they probably didn't know they would, like I said, that ACSI accreditation, it's for Christian schools. And I'm sure they were not aware that, that this accreditation was let go, because they understand how important this is. This is important. And
thank you, Wes. I think we'll see if there's some board questions or comments for you.
Okay.
Members of the board, any questions or comments?
I have it.
Board Member Schmidt.
I just have a comment. It sounds like there's some miscommunication or lack of communication, and I would just strongly suggest that you work with Crystal and OPI to understand exactly what we'd like to see you provide. And we would love to see your progress as you move along.
Okay, miscommunication on what part? What?
Well, it's okay, so I'm gonna speak in English instead of trying to be polite.
Yeah, be direct.
It sounds like you kind of stepped into this and are not particularly familiar with what needs to happen for accreditation, and I certainly understand that. And so work with Crystal, because Crystal is a great resource for you.
Yeah, she said she can. I guess what I would ask is just be blunt. I mean, I'm too old to be offended. What isn't answered?
Board member Neeskin's a chance to be blunt.
The accreditation process is crucial to you remaining an MHSA member school. We really appreciate that a Christian high school is going through this process. We understand that you have your own accreditation process. However, as someone who's lived in the Scobie Wolf Point area for a number of years, has family up in that area, I also know that Lester Christian really values the ability to compete in MHSA sports. The accreditation process is important for a number of reasons, because it's really a chance to showcase what you're doing academically with your kids. But I also think realistically, if your district doesn't get it together, you will lose accreditation. This was a discussion that we had at the July board meeting, was how much of a process, how much rope do people get before we actually pull accreditation from these districts. You're one of 3 districts in the entire state that is in this status, which is not a good place to be. So really and truly, there's a lot of resources, as board member Schmidt was saying, that are available through OPI, and there's 2 people that are really willing to get you through this process. But every other district that is not in this status has accomplished this. So it has to be a priority 1 for your district for a number of reasons.
Yeah, don't I don't want to mislead you. I'm very embarrassed to be here in this situation, because I do understand how important it is. I've been in schools and we've done this, and I went in one other school at a time when I had to do this once before, but I've never had to do this not coming into a job. So I understand how important it is, and it is important to our community to be approved by OPI, because it says something about your seriousness in education. So I do get that. I hope I didn't come off as flippant. I understand the seriousness, but I'm just saying we're going to get this done. And Ellery she said she's really good. She says just call me anytime, and I will use that. And the other administrators in EMAS have been really helpful. So, okay. Is that?
We have a couple other board members who want to make a comment.
Yeah.
Board member Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to suggest, and you mentioned me, Matt, so you kind of took what I was going to propose. We had a really great work session with our Northwest Mass group, where we all got together and compared notes, what we were turning in, what was the easiest way to turn it in. And I'm a visual person, so I love seeing what they were doing, so I knew what to model mine after and how to organize it to make it easier for these lovely ladies who have to sort through all of these things. So I really suggest getting a partner of a district to turn it in successfully and have them send you what they turned in, so you can compare it and go, oh, I don't have this information. I need this information. It was extremely helpful, made the process a lot easier.
Okay, yes, I appreciate that.
Superintendent Headland wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just say, if this is your first time with the new accreditation system and all of that, if one of your colleagues would be willing to come out. I don't know how much time you've spent in the portal, or if you've done a CNA before, but potentially if you could have a colleague that was willing to help you out with that. Or I know school administrators of Montana, Dr. Watson, I know they
provide mentors for public schools, but I don't know if there's a chance that
He's nodding his head, yes.
you, okay, thank you, that you could sign up for their resources. A lot of times new superintendents or superintendents that are new to the state and unfamiliar with our systems, they can provide for a very reasonable and worthwhile, I would say, fee, some hands-on support for someone to come in and help you walk through that process. Obviously, we can't send our folks to all 400 districts or whatnot. So the technical service that can be provided over the phone is very helpful. But if you haven't been in there or very familiar with the new systems and steps, it might be best to have some hands-on support. We'll provide as much as we can. But I think I would look into getting someone on site and getting that technical assistance, because it is a lot to take on if you're not familiar with the process and you've been out of it. It sounds like they're lucky to have you with your experience and background, but in this capacity, with this being so new and quite cumbersome, it might be good to have someone in person, like Julia was saying. Member Maxwell was saying that, it's nice to be able to work with colleagues and get those things put together.
Okay.
Thank you. Board Member Rasmussen wanted to make a comment, and then Dr. Clark.
Thank you, Wes. This is Renee Rasmussen. I know my hair looks different, but you remember me from Bainville from a number of years.
Yes, I do. I do.
Right.
Yeah.
How did they get you back in here? Are you doing both schools, both the elementary and the K-12?
No, just the high school. And yeah, they had a rough year.
I can see that. My question to you is, do you have good people around you that can help provide you with the information that you're going to need? Anything from clerk to whatever, or are they all new?
No, our tech guy is new, but the elementary principal, she has done this before and she's committed to do it. And everything, like I said, Darren at Bainville, he's really been helpful too. He sent me. And then on October 6th, when it opens up, Ellery said she can send me drafts of surveys and some, from OPI, so that we have a, kind of a thing to get our CNA going. So.
Well, I volunteer my help, our West, but I haven't done this either because I've been retired for 5 years. So I just wanted to say hi and ask about the people around you. Rely on OPI; they're good.
Yeah. Hey,
Dr.
thank you.
Yeah, Wes, welcome back to the game. This is very different than the old fall report and even annual data collections. If we remember, this was quite a shift. But I guess the one part that disappoints me is that lack of evidence of your trustees. So I really want to implore you that the importance of getting your trustees on board and let them realize the seriousness of this. And so, and I know that they've got you there and you know who to get a hold of to get it done, but I just want to ask you to make sure that your board members realize the seriousness of this and how important it is that they support the process.
Yeah, I can, Justin was here. He had another meeting, Justin Klatt. He's very competent, really. I mean, he really had an idea where he wants things to go. And I'm sure that I'm sorry he wasn't here, but I can tell you he's engaged and he understands the importance of this. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Wes. We appreciate your joining us today and explaining what's going on at the district level and the challenges that you're facing as someone who's arriving into the process here. So do we have our next? Okay.
All right. Hey, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
So I'm not specifically seeing like Victoria or Lanier Public Schools, but there are a few phone numbers. One ending in 110, one ending in 308. If either of those are representative of the school. I can let them speak. But if not, I think we need to move on.
No one's volunteering.
Let's make her motion.
Yeah, she said she,
Oh.
can you go for you?
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make motions for the two schools that we've had conversations with this morning.
Please do.
Okay. For Hart Butte, I move to approve the corrective action plan or corrective plans for Hart Butte K-12 schools as recommended by the superintendent of public instruction.
For second,
Got a motion and a second. One clarification, is this is for all, this is for all three, the elementary, junior high, and high school, correct?
Yes.
All right. Got motion and a second. Board member discussion. Do you have anything else to add? Any public comment? Motion is to approve the corrective action plan as submitted by Hart Butte K-12 for the three schools. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I,
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the corrective action plan for Luster Christian High School as recommended by the superintendent of public instruction.
For the motion, there's a second.
Second.
Seconded by board member Rasmussen. Board member discussion.
I don't see it as corrective action plan. I mean, I think there's nothing here. Well, how am I approving something that is so void of any depth and any plan and any evaluation? Now,
Because.
perhaps I mean, I realize it's coming in and so forth, but I find this incredibly lacking.
What are the ramifications of pushing this off or denying it and pushing it off until our next meeting? OPI comment?
Chair Tharp, I think that is your decision. We could come back, we could work with Superintendent Young further and come back at the November meeting.
Yeah, and I have to agree with Dr. Slinger. I mean, Hart Butte knocked it out of the park. They knew exactly, they dug in, did a deep dive, identified specific things, identified broad general issues with the culture and the climate, and outlined a lot of things that they're doing and moving forward. And we don't see any of that with this one. So. Remember Rasmussen, give your hand up.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Madeline. While I agree with you, I think that the timeline that Lame Deer Public Schools is, or Lame Deer, that Luster Public Schools has been under, and with a new superintendent, benefits some leeway. And especially since he's already been working with the people that he would have to work with to beef up this corrective plan, I think that it would be, it would save time for him to let him just get on with the business of doing this and not having him beef up a corrective plan first. He walked into something that he didn't expect. And I think that we need to take that under consideration. Our Hart Butte superintendent had been there a little bit last year, so had gotten some things. And in this case, that's not the case at all. So I would be for, especially since he showed up, he presented himself, and he explained the problems. I'm for the correction plan going through. Thank you.
Thank you, board member Rasmussen.
Mr. Chairman, one option I think we could do is I could withdraw the motion and give the district an opportunity to rewrite their corrective action plan. I thought the 5 priorities that Superintendent Young referred to would be some basic building blocks for creating that corrective action plan. And so I like the idea of giving the school district a chance to bring us something back to us in November.
Reverend Quinlan, yeah, I agree with you in that, and I also agree with what Board Member Rasmussen said. Are we interested in a better plan, or are we interested with the improvement and getting a plan that's getting underway? Yeah. Board Member Newsom.
I think in fairness to all 3 districts that are in this situation, I'm not comfortable deviating from the process to smooth the path for any one district. I think this is a really serious situation to be in, to potentially lose your accreditation, and it deserves the weight of going through all of the steps correctly.
Board Member Schmidt.
I concur that I think as a board, we need to have criteria by which to evaluate this, the progress, and we don't have it right now. I don't think it's an either or. I understand the effort that we're asking Superintendent Young to go through, but we need something to evaluate.
The board member comment. Dr. Slinger.
I like the idea of withdrawing the motion and then asking for a rewrite, much more detail for what I'm seeing here. About even just detail about the process you're going to go through to accomplish these things. Would be appreciated on my part. And then asking that they come back with that presentation in November.
Reverend Maxwell.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I agree with the sentiment. Some of the areas that they listed of needing improvement, he did list the areas such as BCHJ and so on and so forth. As he said, they are doing a lot of these things. It'd be simple to put them in with showing proof, hey, we are doing these. Some of the larger things like sending out surveys and stakeholder input obviously will need beefing out in the plan. But I think it would only benefit the district as well as the board working together, their relationship to know what action steps. We already have the information, it just wasn't submitted versus this is something that's going to take and this is the action we're doing. Just to clarify, especially if we get in a situation in future years with other districts, what the expectation is, that they, we all are putting our best foot forward to do the best for these kids and get everything realigned how it should be.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question just to make sure that we understand this? So it's my understanding that every one of these districts has to have a plan. So today, whether you approve this or deny this, they still have to come back to you with a plan. So if you deny this, they still have to come back with another plan. So you could deny, and he's gonna have to, Superintendent Young is gonna have to come back with another plan. You could withdraw the motion and say, come back to us with another plan. You're still going to have to approve a plan. He still has to have a plan by which he's using to improve. So just keep that in mind, that no matter what action you take today, the plan that's approved by this board is what he's going to have to use for improvement. That's what the plan is for.
Superintendent Headland, did I see your hand up?
I was just curious how long he's been there. I mean, if it's been since.
I believe Superintendent Young, I believe you just started this beginning of this academic year, correct?
He's on.
You're on mute.
You're muted.
Wait.
Like since July or like this one or?
Wes, you're still on mute.
6 days before the
Yeah,
start
he
of the year is
started
what he said.
6 days before the start.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Yeah, that is a little more understandable, but I think a plan, at least like a plan on how we're gonna get to the plan is the next steps. Why I recommend a mentor or some assistance to be planned. Yeah.
We can hear you,
Board Chair.
Wes.
Yes.
Chairman, when I apologize, I'm just getting I understand now the seriousness thing. I got this the middle of the week. We had 2 days of PIR day, then we started school, and I had this thing due the 29th. And what I did is the elementary principal came over and she said, I can help you get this going. So I looked at it and I said, if I answer each of these questions specifically, I will not get this in. It won't get there. So what I have done, I put that out there, not to be flippant, but my time since that time has been spent gathering information on the accreditation. I have gotten the table of contents, I've gotten draft plans, and I've talked to the board about what we need to do. The board chair, we had a board meeting. I told them we were not in good shape with accreditation. They understand. I told them the majority, this is going to take time. The majority of the time is going to be on this. So I guess I would just beg your indulgence to, if you'd like me to redo that, it will take a lot of time. It won't be wasted because I will already be working on the plan. But I went from the letter for improvement because of the time constraints to working on gathering and getting organized and setting dates for collecting information from our community.
Thank you, Wes.
And
Okay.
I do apologize for any, I can see where it's almost insulting to the board to send in what was sent in. I'm seeing that now. I took it as, if you're serious about it, that's all they want. They want it changed, they want it fixed. And it is and that should be expected from any school.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Okay, well, Board Member Quinn.
Wes, I think the entire board appreciates the position you're in and appreciates your dedication to moving this forward. I would like to withdraw my motion, and then I think that a discussion about whether a motion to deny is in place or just no action today is in place. So I will withdraw the motion to approve the correct plan.
How about from the member who seconded that?
Renee.
Board Member Asmussen, are you okay with withdrawing the motion? You seconded it.
No, actually, I'm not okay with it, but I'm afraid it would, the approval would fail, and I don't want to put Wes in that situation. So I'm going to stand. I'll stand by my comments that I think that he tried, that he's been thrown in, and this was a beginning of a plan, and all the things that he's told us today add to that plan. If they're not written, but they certainly add to the plan. And so I'm still for approving him, but I don't want this motion to fail, so I will withdraw under protest.
I'm sorry, during that, we did have question called. I believe what the Executive Director Flynn explained, we're in the same position either way at the end. At the end of the day, we must still get an approved plan. The question has been called. The motion on the table at this time is to approve the plan as submitted. That is the motion that is on the table. Is there, and I guess even called question, still need to have public comment. Any public comments? Okay, moving forward with the vote. Chris, please, I would like a roll call vote on this one. And again, to clarify, the motion on the table is to approve. If you vote yes, you are approving the plan as presented. If this motion fails, then the school is still expected to come back to us with a different plan that we must still approve at some point. Chris?
Vice Chair Slinger,
No.
Julia Maxwell,
No.
Hannah Skins,
No.
Madeline Quinlan. No. Renee Rasmussen,
Yes.
Lisa Schmidt,
No.
Chair Tharp.
No. Motion fails. So. So we need to have, Superintendent Young, we'll need to have Lester come back with, at our November meeting with a corrective action plan that we can approve. Thank you. Board Member Quinlan.
So the final motion then, would be, I move to deny the corrective action plan for reindeer.
Motion on the table is to deny the corrective action plan from Lame Deer due to their, and I'm assuming that is due to their not showing up as requested.
Yes.
There a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Board Member Schmidt. Board Member comment. Board Member Schmidt.
Besides the fact that they didn't show up, I also don't see a lot of analysis into the root causes in this plan, and I would certainly like to see some more analysis for them.
Thank you. For the board member comment. Your public comment. Motion on the floor is to deny Lame Deer corrective action plan. All those in favor of denying the action plan signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We've denied that. So they both districts will be asked to again appear before this board during our November board meeting with corrective action plans that are will be approved. Board Member Quinlan, does that wrap up item 15 on your?
That's wrap up item 15. Thank you, board members, for that conversation. Item 16, I'll turn it back over to Crystal Andrews and Ellery Bress.
Well, board, thank you, some of the members of board chair Clark and members of the board. My name is Ellery Bressler, that's Bresler for the record. I am joined with Crystal Andrews here. I'm an accreditation specialist at the Montana Office of Public Instruction. I'm here to seek the board's approval for the 24-25 corrective plans for the 24-25 annual accreditation process. These corrective plans, like stated before, begin on page 205 of your packet. You've already heard from 4 of the 26 schools on their corrective plans. This is an action item for the remaining 20 in advice status. The schools in advice status are required to fulfill their expectations on their corrective plan during their upcoming cycle. However, the schools are able to request to participate in the 25-26 accreditation process if they would like to. This would benefit the school by giving them an opportunity to change their status before their cycle. This, however, would not change their rotation in the cycle. So they would still be back into whether they're cycle 1, 2, or 3. That was set before the board at the May meeting. All of the schools in advice status are due to the student performance rating. And plans outline the systemic procedures and timelines for specific areas of improvement, the underlying reasons through root cause analysis, steps to address improvements, the responsible parties and deadlines, and the methods for tracking and monitoring that progress. We have requested the superintendents to be available for any questions that you might have after your review of the plans. With that, I will turn that back over to you to ask any questions you might have to either me or them.
Mr. Chair, I think I'll start with a motion. And then you can see if there was any other subsequent discussion. So I move to approve the corrective plans for schools in advice status as recommended by the superintendent of public instruction.
Motion is to approve these 20 of them. These 20 corrective plans for schools in advice status. Is there a second?
I second that.
Seconded by board member Rasmussen. Board member comment.
Any board members have questions about specific schools? I guess, Mr. Chair, I would like to, for the record, I guess, explain to the board that the accreditation committee did meet with the Office of Public Instruction a couple of weeks ago, and we went through a series of questions that OPI had for us and provided some guidance to the Office of Public Instruction. And one of the areas was what Ellery just mentioned, which was if a district is in advice, they will have an opportunity in the year ahead to resubmit to move out of advice status would be the goal. And yet they still stay within their rotation for the 3-year accreditation cycle. So I think that's a good offering to those school districts. If they're can get their act together in a year, they can move into perhaps move into regular accreditation and not have to wait 3 years for that to happen.
The board member comment. Board member Maxwell.
Thank you. One comment, one thread that I've seen throughout a lot of these applications is the turnover in administration has really sent a lot of these schools for the loop. Being an administrator myself, I guess I would put out there to my colleagues to make sure if you're leaving, the best your ability to leave your schools in a good position for the incoming person, because it only injures the school going forward. It can be difficult in times depending on the circumstances of the leaving. But we just don't want our kids to or our school to struggle in our absence. So please, I would beg you to do your best to leave your incoming administrator set up for success in the future.
Dr. Neesmith.
In looking through the quality of the plans, there's some varying quality in these plans. I am comfortable approving all of them as written. However, I would encourage these administrators who are online with us today, if they haven't already downloaded the full agenda packet, to do so and take a look at the plans from other districts. I think there's a lot of common threads as far as performance indicators and why districts were not able, why they're in this status. And perhaps they could learn from each other some additional ideas to address deficiencies.
Good point. Thank you. For the board member comment, board member Rasmussen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If you will remember a long time ago in a country far, far away, when we approved the accreditation process, one of my voiced concerns was the pressure that this would put on administrations, especially administrations in small schools and new administrations. And we're seeing that prediction of mine and a fear of mine come to fruition today. And I do think that before we have another round of these, next year, when there will be new superintendents from out of district, superintendents that are so disillusioned with their place that they don't finish out their year well, that we need to come up with some ideas about mitigating that, so we do not punish superintendents that are new and trying to do the best that they can do, or and superintendents that have walked into things that they didn't understand or know, or all of that. That was my concern then, and I am seeing it now. And our actions today, I believe, reflect exactly what I was worried about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other board member comment. Public comment.
Hi, Josh Patterson, Beaver County High School District Superintendent. And I just wanted to mention that there are some drops with us here from Sam, and Sam does have a new leaders program. Sam Elfie, I think, and so there are resources out there. So if anybody's online and listening, I would recommend that. I haven't done the program myself, but I have colleagues that have, and have rave reviews about the program and how helpful that program is. And I'm sure with the resources at Sam, that there would be some help for those districts in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Any other public comment? Are you moving to the podium or are you just wandering? Oh. Ready for the next item. Thank you. Okay, seeing no other public comment, the motion on the floor is to approve the corrective action plans for the schools in advice status. All in favor of approving these corrective plans signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal and Ellery, which we raised.
And,
Hey,
I'm sorry, Reverend Quinn, I just want to thank all of the schools for their participation. We had a lot of folks online today watching, and as suggested, there are some fabulous plans in the packet. So check out what your colleagues are doing, and as Josh shared, there's a lot of help. Yeah, we got a lot of schools, a lot of new people in the state, but there's a lot of people willing to help out and learn from each other. Thank you. Okay, you got another item?
we got one more item, and that's an update and discussion on the intensive assistance process. So, Dr. Julie Mergel and Crystal Andrews.
Thank you, Chair Quinlan, members of the board. My name is Julie Mergel, spelled M-U-R-G-E. For the record, I'm the Chief Program Officer at the Office of Public Instruction. And so following up on just what Chair Tharp said, we are here to get more people invested in helping with this matter. And so we have a strategy for you. So please refer to your board packet on page 294. The purpose of this presentation is twofold. One, to revisit our urgent discussion from the joint EPE and Macy meeting in July regarding schools needing intensive assistance or rigorous action, of which we've heard from some of those schools today. To propose a clear plan for creating a cohesive school improvement action plan that effectively addresses the school needs. So ensuring that we're not only holding them accountable, but equally providing critical support alongside that. So first, I like to provide context by reviewing the key takeaways from our last meeting, including concerning student proficiency data. Then we will look at a proposal to form a task force. And finally, Crystal will present the proposed makeup of the task force and a timeline. So connecting with the July discussion, at our July 2025 joint session with Macy, we discussed the serious implications for schools receiving intensive assistance. We shared revealing student proficiency data from 2023, which highlighted an urgent need for action. For example, in 2023, there were 22 out of our 626 elementary, middle, or K-8 schools who had 0% proficiency in ELA. 33 of those same schools had 0% proficiency in math. 9 out of 171 of the high schools had 0% proficiency in ELA, and 23 high schools had 0% proficiency in math. And as we look at the historical data, these are not one-year events in 2023. Some of these go for decades. So that discussion solidified a sense of urgency and led to key conclusion, we need a new approach. The takeaways included the need for more intensive support and a collaborative, community empowering strategy rather than a top-down mandate. This urgency is underscored by the reality that 6 schools across 2 districts are currently in deficiency status that we heard from today. If this status persists through the 25-26 school year, they will enter intensive assistance in May of 2026, triggering a stricter accreditation process. The meeting concluded with a fundamental question: how can we reframe our school improvement process to effectively integrate both state accreditation and federal accountability systems, particularly for schools in tribal areas, to ensure a quality education for all students? So our proposal in front of you today is to put together a collaborative task force. The answer, the question that we had talked about and circle back to that is, how do we address this? What can we do collectively as a community to support the schools, especially as we heard from member Maxwell? Like, how do we address that we've got a lot of turnover? How do we not rely on one individual, but rather as a collective? So I'd like to just quickly look at the purpose of a task force and the outcomes that we would like to get from this task force, and then turn it over to Crystal to share with you our proposal of who could make up that task force, and then our timeline of what we'd like to do to bring to you in a further meeting to approve an intensive assistance process.
So we would like to address both rigorous action and intensive assistance in more of a multi-staged approach, focused on assembling and mobilizing a state level school improvement task force. And at a future meeting, the task force recommendations would be presented to the superintendent of public instruction and the Board of Public Ed for approval and implementation. This strategy aims to shift from mere planning to urgent coordinated action, empowering stakeholders with a comprehensive strategy for rapid and dramatic improvement. So the overview of the task force goals, 1 would be to articulate a powerful state vision for intensive assistant. 2, foster urgency and innovation. 3, address severe and pervasive student needs. 4, provide unprecedented levels of coordinated support. 5 would be to define the role and qualifications of a transformation agent, to be able to recruit and deploy dynamic agents to work alongside these district leaders, empowering school communities to redesign their schools for significant change. And the last goal of this group would be to establish a monitoring and implementation plan. Turn it over to Crystal now to discuss the makeup of who we would think would compose this task force.
Thank you. So obviously this is a heavy lift, and so we're looking at a team effort. And so as you can see in your packet on page 297, there's a nice illustration of what this could look like. Starting with a chairperson, a recognized leader in Montana education that would be appointed by the superintendent to lead this task force and report a recommended process. Of course, we would want a Board of Public Ed representative, and then staff members at the Montana Office of Public Instruction, those that work within our tribal communities, our student support systems, perhaps accreditation to be part of this task force. Montana district superintendents. I can tell you, working with the accreditation think tank, we have some wonderful people that would hopefully be willing to serve in this capacity, knowing this importance and the urgency within this process. Instructional representatives, teachers, curriculum directors, instructional coaches from elementary and high school levels to provide personalized proficiency-based instruction. So some of those components of the accreditation process that are doing the work. And then we would move into our community and stakeholder groups. So family and student representatives, important to hear, from those as well, especially as that is part of our accreditation process, is having them linked into what accreditation is. Our tribal education representatives and local business leaders. And then for our specialized roles, of course, our support partners, representing from SAM, MASBO, MREA, all of our partners, we would want everybody at the table in this process. Our school improvement experts and any mental and behavioral health specialists would be an important part of that team as well. So from forming the team and who, the team members should be, or could be, I guess I should say, is looking at a timeline. We have heard Chair Tharp and board members saying, this is an urgent matter. We need to start taking action. I know in the last meeting when we were presenting just sort of what we were thinking about our intensive assistance, Chair Slinger, I know you were saying we need to get this going. What are we going to do? So we wanted to create a timeline where you can see each month we have action items. We'll have something that needs to be done, and then of course come to you in our November meeting with more information. We'll just continue to build on the process for that. So in September this month is forming that task force, taking those roles, of course, getting your feedback and hearing what your thoughts are, but starting to form that team. And then in October, taking action is the root cause analysis, getting together, really forming what the action planning, aligning our systems and supports, getting time to work on what's going on so that we can come back to you in November with our start. We'll have something happen from now until then to report to you. And from there, in December, we would have a finalized plan so that in January, we can have present the plan to the board as an information item and followed by an action item in March. So that hopefully not, we don't need, having this right and ready for us in May, but in case we do, we would have this process aligned, approved by the board. In case, a district does need that at the end of the school year.
We stand for any questions, comments that the board might have.
Board Member Maxwell.
I just wanted to expand a little bit on the resources we have to put behind these efforts and my sincere urgency for the need for this work. I'm really passionate about it, really excited to work with everyone on this. And as I mentioned in my opening statements, we did get support from the comp center, and we did ask that this be a main priority on our comp center work. So that includes the Ed Northwest team, including their experts in working with Native American school districts and students from cultural perspectives, as well as improving student outcomes and attendance in those areas across the Northwest and other states. So with their support, they would be helping us also work on creating this plan and the monitoring plan, and potentially boots on the ground support alongside of our team as well. We also have saved some FTE, some positions that we would like to dedicate to this. And that was part of one of my questions about the clerk. We have been happy to see the initial fall reports coming in from these schools on time. Been keeping an eye on those to see if they needed help in the meantime. But potentially having someone on the school finance team that's part of this, special ed, and then also kind of that transformational instructional leader that would be side by side with an administrator to make sure that they are doing those best practices, which would be part of what we outlined, including having MTSS, making sure they're having data team meetings, making sure those interventions are implemented, making sure that we are working with them on their financial reviews and that their finances are aligned to their goals and their needs assessment. So a very big comprehensive approach, and working with experts that have done this before in Montana and knowing what worked from the schools of promise and things in the past, what really worked and maybe what didn't work, and what we can do different. We also have a few other pieces of work that will align to this or bring benefit to this. We have learned a lot from the schools that have the literacy grant in place, how meaningful those 90-minute reading blocks are, how meaningful that evidence and research-based curriculum with the interventions aligned work. So those kind of components, as well as an attendance study that we currently have going on in partnership with university systems with OG to increase, to do a deep dive into the challenges of attendance in some of these schools that are most underperforming. So with the lessons learned from those other components as well, we're hoping to bring those all those best practices to the table and pick the top priorities for each of these underperforming districts and make sure we have a very strategic plan and we have somebody on site that is ensuring that despite all of the events that occur in some of these schools, these things are happening, and we have a point of contact that we can make sure we can reach out to, so we don't go without having someone present or without being able to make contact and find out what's going on.
Board Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to express my excitement about this. I think it is extremely well thought out, not only with the people you've chosen on your task force, but the pre-thought out ways to get the individual communities and their needs, the tribal, the mental health, the people within the community themselves. I think that's extremely valuable. I think it really speaks to your intention of coming alongside a district, not doing like a hostile takeover type situation. And I think that it's a wonderful direction to be heading, and I just really applaud your guys' thoughtfulness with that. I think it's gonna be a great addition, hopefully, to our system and very, very much needed.
I also would add that I think this is a strong plan and, it's something we just have to keep trying, you know, we have to, it's, some pieces of it have been tried before, but there's new information and probably new support and resources to be brought. I was interested in what you said about what we've learned from the literacy grant and how that could help. So, I'm eager to have this put in place and get started. Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you. I really like the people, the positions that you've chosen. I see this as the positions that you've listed are obviously heavy in education, and it makes me wonder, I'm concerned that we'll try to do the same things over and over. My suggestion is to add some more community and stakeholder roles, possibly from the military and what they've learned about how people learn and structure, maybe from some business leaders who have some expertise in organization and effective personnel. Add some outside thoughts, because people from outside education have been successful in making plans too. And you might get some new creativity and some new solutions with those people.
Board Member, or sorry, Superintendent Headland.
Thank you, Chair Quinlan. I would just like to add to that. Thank you for that comment, Member Schmidt. Ed Northwest will help with the facilitators and the business background, strategic planning, logic models that they'll bring to the table as this is put together. So, but I agree with some local support of the community. And, you know, a lot of this too, we've talked about, and I've met with my colleagues to talk about how they're doing this in our neighboring states and across the nation. And we had a really incredible meeting. And yes, some of them have gone to much more extreme measures. And so it's interesting to hear how everyone does it. Some states have, you know, put policy in place that has, you know, measures to that occur. Then I'm hoping we can start with this approach and have some real success stories and move forward in a more positive way. But I do see myself going to these school board meetings to kind of, just like we were having the conversations about accreditation, to say, you know, that this is critical and this is important, and to call that sense of urgency, and that we need all hands on deck. We are going to need the school board members, the tribal members, the community members, the parents, everyone to be involved. And we're going to need the support of school administrators of Montana, and Dr. Watson and I have talked about that, as well as, you know, all of our other colleagues. We know that the school boards will be a big play a big role in this. And some of these districts have had a new superintendent every year. And the board, you know, needs to understand what that does to impacting change and school improvement. So we are going to have those conversations and have everyone at the table for sure.
Dr. Tharp.
I'm reminded, wise words of a former president. That should put fear into many of our hearts. I'm here from the government. I'm here to help. And I really like this team approach process, because we know that the OPI or the BPE or whoever you name going in with a heavy-handed approach is not going to solve these problems. And to what Board Member Schmidt said, add an S at the end, the top of page 298, local business leaders, multiple perspective, workforce readiness. What does the community want? What does the community need? Because I guarantee you, no community wants failing schools and wants poor student performance. They want students who are going to graduate do well, come back and lead in their communities. I've been so proud in so many of the communities I've been in the past. And I go back to those and I see my former students are now the majority on the school board, and their names are on all the local businesses downtown, and they are these community leaders. And that, I think, is what every school wants to see and every community wants to see. So I really appreciate this partner approach. Involve the education leaders to bring in the expertise, but leaning heavily on the only way this is gonna be sustainable is if those local communities have buy-in and can sustain it. So I thank you for that approach. I really like this. Thank you for your work.
Any other questions, comments from board members? Okay, appreciate Dr. Mergel and Crystal, the presentation, and we look forward to updates. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for the accreditation meetings.
That's all you got? So, you care for the next one. Heavy lift for today. Appreciate it. All right, that moves us on to one final agenda item, and that is under the executive committee, and that is the election of officers. And I will hand things over and give the gavel to Executive Director Flynn. That she takes over the meeting.
I'd make a motion to never, Anybody should.
I'll second it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you all know, we do our elections every September for the vice chair and the chair of the Board of Public Ed. How we'll run this is I'll call for nominations for the chair first, then we'll do the vice chair. If we get more than one nominee, we'll just do a vote, voice call vote. You'll pick which one of the two you'd like to elect. Anyone have any questions before we jump in? All right. Are there nominations for the position of chair for the Board of Public Ed?
I'd like to nominate, Dr. Clark, service chair.
Dr. Slinger, are there any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, it's been moved for the nomination of Dr. Clark for the position of chair. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Dr. Clark.
Have we got one?
Yeah, you get it back. All right, now we'll move on to vice chair. Are there nominations for the position of vice chair to the board?
I would like to nominate Dr. Slinger as vice chair.
Thank you, board member Quinlan. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, it is moved for the nomination of Dr. Slinger for the position of vice chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations, Dr. Slinger. Congratulations.
I aspired to many leadership positions that I did not get in my career, and there are many that I have had received that I did not aspire to. Yes, but I can tell you that even through the heavy lift of this, even this last hour and a half, and all of the work that we've done, that this work has been the most difficult and most rewarding of my career, and I thank you for your continued trust to wield the hammer for another year.
The gavel.
For the clarification. Future agenda items, Director Flynn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I referenced this earlier. November is a feast of its own. You thought you did a lot of tours yesterday. Yeah. We will get you an outline of November as early as we possibly can, but do expect that we will start on Wednesday and not Thursday. I do believe Julie will get you room information, but I believe we also have you there Tuesday night for folks. So please do plan on being there Tuesday night. Our last item of the day, typically that Friday, is the joint meeting with the Board of Ed, or with the Board of Regents for the Board of Education. Like I said, we'll get you something hopefully sooner than later so you guys have an idea of what to expect. But that is all I probably have to read at this time, Mr. Chair.
Also, you want to give us a preview on, many of us are going to be going to NASB before we meet again as a group.
Yes, Mr. Chair, NASB this year is gonna be in Austin. It's earlier this year, so it'll be on the front end of a week, in October. We also just found out that, our former previous student representative, Gavin Mao won a NASB award. And they've invited him to actually accept the award. I totally thought he wouldn't be able to go, given that he's at West Point. But he said that he may try to attend in person, so we may get to see him while he's there. But NASB will be a pre-conference. I know a lot of it's gonna be about AI. There's gonna be some about high school redesign, as well as like going to a school. And then a full day and a half of meetings and breakout sessions. And if anyone knows anything about NASB, they keep you moving, so it'll be a very good conference.
Thank you. Any public comment? Dr. Patterson.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Josh Patterson, Beaver County High School District Superintendent. And so I know it's been a long day. I want to thank you again for coming to Dillon. Yesterday, I planted the seed of on the topic of that, and I know Angela is with us, the state university system's use of the praxis exam for the university recommendation for the teacher licensure, and notion that the exam requirement and or cut scores used may be pushing some Montana teacher candidates to other states that do not require the praxis or have lower cut score requirements. Today, I want to touch on another issue and plant another seed for a topic of consideration that I'd like the board to ponder on, is the high school accreditation's reliance on the ACT exam as its school performance component. Now, I don't want anybody to think that I'm exam averse, because I'm not. There is a place for exams and I don't want them to completely go away. However, if you think about the ACT exam in terms of high school accreditation as a student performance component, we are looking at only one grade, right? Out of how many? 4. We have 4 grade levels at the high school, 9th through 12th grade, and the ACT score is used for juniors only. So when you think about it, you're looking at one quarter of your student body that we're assessing our entire school's performance on. I just feel like that those numbers don't add up. It's not completely adequate. So what I'd like the board to consider, maybe for a future topic, is, and this may be a heavy lift, and I know that we're working on MAST and improving that, is to consider moving potentially to an end of course test model or something similar. With an end of course test, you're testing the students who are actually taking the course, and therefore the data that you get is more representative and I think a more adequate sample of your students' performance. And so that'd be something that's done at each grade level, and for courses in math, science, can potentially, or math and English, and potentially history and science, if so moved. Last thing, maybe a more short-term goal that the board could consider, as we're using these ACT scores, again, we're testing at the 11th grade. However, we have to offer at least 3 math courses, but you only need 2 to meet minimum graduation requirements, correct? So I'd like the board to consider, and I hope I'm not opening a can of worms, requiring 3 years of math credits for graduation, which would make sure that at least the juniors that are being tested are taking a math course their junior year. I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration, and hope you all have a safe trip back. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Dr. Watson.
Good morning. Sorry, I was not with you yesterday. For the record, Rob Watson, WATSON. You covered a lot of ground today, and I don't want to waste any more of your time. And actually, I'm standing right in front of your sack lunches, so I'm literally standing between you and your lunch. Couple of things. Really happy to see the intensive, comprehensive plan for schools that need help. We stand ready to be there to help. Talk with Superintendent Headland about what that looks like, and a number of different ways. I'm excited that we can engage those communities in the discussion, so we're not trying to design a plan for them, but we're actually engaging them in the plan. I often used to say I could probably tell a 3rd grade teacher how to teach from my office, my principal's office, and she probably wouldn't listen to me. Actually had to be in the classroom and understand how she taught in order to help. So that's, I think, really important that we're in those communities. Number two, want to just throw an item on your list, perhaps for a future agenda item. I love the fact that when I was a superintendent, you know, folks would come to public comment and suggest that boards talk about this or talk about that. Now I get to do that. So I'm kind of excited for that. I might recommend a topic discussion, and I think November would be a good time, but a topic discussion about the teacher apprenticeship grant that was given through the Department of Labor. I know that we hosted an informational webinar with the Department of Labor. We had lots of districts on the webinar very interested in that apprenticeship grant. It sounds like EPPs will have to partner with school districts in order to get some of that money. And so now is the time to start talking about what that's going to look like. I know that the RFP process has to be vetted through the Department of Labor and released, but I just want to make sure our districts know about that opportunity, specifically the districts on the eastern and Highline area of our state. So I would encourage an agenda item perhaps around the teacher apprenticeship grant. We are hosting, and I'll leave these on the table back here, feel free to grab one. We are hosting our fall conference starting next Monday. Really appreciate, I'm sorry, not next Monday, a week from next Monday, the 22nd. The week's screwed up here. I really appreciate the help of the OPI. We could not have this conference without their help. They're hosting a bunch of sessions for us on curriculum and MAST. They're also taking a whole afternoon to focus with our SPED directors on special education issues. So the OPI is really helping us with our conference. In addition to that, I just noticed a ton of the stuff you talked about today is going to be addressed at the conference. Right off the bat, we've got Rachel White coming from the University of Texas. She runs an organization called the Superintendent's Lab. She's done the most research on superintendents in our country. She ranks Montana as #1 or #2 in superintendent turnover. And so I asked her to come and talk about why she, you know, how she calculated that and what she believes that impact would have. She also was part of a study called the Cost of Conflict, which looks at how much districts actually, how much it actually costs districts when there's conflict among the board or conflict among the community. So a very interesting study. So Rachel White will be there to talk about that. We've got Amy Watson, no relation, Department of Labor. She's going to talk about teacher salary and the teacher pipeline. We also have a great post-conference. This is the first one we've ever hosted. This is a curriculum and instruction leadership summit. We're going to be taking a deep dive into AI and how you can use AI to develop and enhance curriculum. We also have a gentleman from Johns Hopkins. They are the experts on high quality instructional materials. You probably heard about HQIM, that abbreviation. That there was a bill in the session related to that, but Johns Hopkins, Dr. David Steiner will be there to talk about HQIM. They're the leading experts in high quality instructional materials. He's going to do that at our Curriculum and Instruction Leadership Summit. And then just a host of other things. For example, having all the curriculum leaders in the room, I want to talk to them about, okay, the mass scores are coming out. How are you going to communicate that to your community? How are you going to let parents know? What do we do with those parent reports? So we're going to spend some time as curriculum leaders talking about that at our post conference. The final thing I'll say, again, you covered a lot of ground and I could comment on a lot of different things. But I just want to say the one piece that I personally thought was probably the most critical thing you heard about today, and that was the cut scores for MAST. And you know, you may not think of it that way, but think about what those scores mean. Everything from the federal level all the way down to the local level to the individual kid level. You know, a lot of federal grants are given to the state based on the percentage of kids proficient or not proficient. Take a look at the Zillow score. Have you ever wondered how they calculate the Zillow Great Schools Award for real estate? It's based on those proficiency levels. Unfortunately, it's based on a proficiency level of a test that was given a long time ago. So don't believe the Zillow scores for Montana because they're not current. But that cut score between not proficient and proficient, there is a ton of implications. All the way down to the kid level. I got to think about, interventions for a particular kid based on proficient or not proficient. That happens in the classroom. You may have made a decision today whether or not a kid has to have a double dose of reading. So they can't go to music class because they need a double dose of reading based on that cut score. So those cut scores are really important. I just want to caution you and by the way, that benchmarking process or that bookmarking process, that's been around for a long time. 20 years ago, I participated in the bookmarking process for measured progress, CRT, when we first got it. Same process was used. What we found out is a year later, we had to come back and do it again because the cut scores weren't quite right. So be ready. I mean, those cut scores are important, but it's also might be an opportunity where we have to do it again. So it's not set in stone. But I do want you to realize the implication of that decision. Those cut scores mean a lot for communities. They mean a lot for schools, but they also mean a lot for interventions for that particular kiddo. So I'm hoping that you just understand why I believe it's so important that we take our time with those cut scores. And that's it. Thank you very much for allowing me to give comment.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. I was part of that process and I had forgotten that we had to come back and take a look at them because the result, unintended consequences of government work. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
1 minute, Randy Shipman, Dillon Elementary School Superintendent. I just want to say this is the coolest thing ever. Getting a chance to host you guys on behalf of Dr. Pedersen at the high school and myself, thank you for coming. Having people like Superintendent Hedlund here, having Rob Watson here, even having MFPE here, who can now maybe go back and tell the people in her office, I'm not such a bad guy and we have a good district. But having other superintendents here that I know and stuff is awesome. So thank you so much for all the work you do on behalf of students, and thank you for giving us a chance to host you. I hope, and you have a great leader in McCall. McCall worked with Josh and I for the last couple months in putting this together. But I think doing this, and I know Mr. Chair, you already mentioned this, but I think this is one of the best things you do going out to communities. So thank you so much. I know it's been a long day and you want to go eat. So thanks again for everything. Please leave your hard badges. If you have the soft ones, when you leave school, don't forget to take them off because you don't want to wash your clothes with them. If you have the hard one, if you'll just leave it at the front desk. And Natalie English at the front desk, hopefully she's standing there when you go out, is a big part of all this. So be sure you thank her too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Any further public comment? Public comment online? Seeing none, I want to thank you all for your attendance and your attention in these last couple of days, and that concludes our meeting. Our next meeting will be again on Wednesday morning, November the 19th at the University of Montana. If I don't see you in Austin before then, have safe travels home. This meeting is adjourned.
And sure, I just wanted to mention to you guys,
Good to see you.